I played very well, but unfortunately, I always think about what I did wrong, opposed to all the good stuff I did. So there's a handful of things that I'd love to go back in time and clean up. But overall, I gotta be happy with 13 under with this win.
I'm pumped. I mean, I have a chance to win no matter what, whether it's canceled or whether it's not. So either way I look at it, I'm coming in tomorrow and I'm wanting to win if we play, and I'm going to win if we don't play. So either way, I'm in a good spot.
I stuck to my game plan, but it was a little bit of a rough start, I would say. I think the wind was messing with me a bit, but I was happy that I got some birdies. Yeah.
Welcome in, disc golf fans near and far. In a year of exciting disc golf, we are set for one of the most exciting rounds of the entire season. It's the Preserve Championships in Clearwater, Minnesota. Final round. Thank you all so very much for joining. I'm Jamie Thomas, joined by three-time world champion Nate Dawes. And Nate, we thought yesterday might be a final round. Turns out we're good to go to play today, so hey, we're going to press the gas all over again.
Yeah, we definitely are. We'll see if Eagle McMahon can keep it up. We'll also see if Ricky Wysocki can make a better decision if he has a one-stroke or a two-stroke lead coming down to the final hole, because he did make a mistake. And as he said, if he has a chance to win today, he's going to take advantage of it. But he also felt like he won yesterday, and I think for me, this is just an unprecedented time. And we've never been through this before. Wipe that all away. This is now the final round. The guys had a sort of a dress rehearsal yesterday, and they did pretty darn good.
And how often do you see a just stack of players going, they're so deep, right? There's not much separation between maybe the top 20 even players in this field. So, we're looking at Eagle, we're looking at Ricky, of course, but we're also looking at another name that could come up and possibly steal this title. And yesterday, it was a tough set of conditions, but the big names still rose to the top and played extremely well despite adversity.
Yeah, it was after the first round that Eagle McMahon actually had said, I want to shoot a 12 or a 13. That was something he was shooting for, and he came out, and not only did he shoot that score, he did it in what maybe was the final round. And it was really good driving. That was McMahon for birdie on the tough hole number 4. But it was his putting on the back 9 that actually did it for him. And shots like that, I mean, giving it a run, he almost got the hole in one. But it was really just kind of, in Eagle's words, he got into a flow with his putter on the back 9. This was on 16. Phenomenal putt, but he did pick up a bogey on number 17. And then on 18, steps up and hits a shot that only a couple of people on the entire planet could hit, giving it angle to stick, makes a similar putt that our champion last year, Nico LaCastro, made. And then we switch over to Ricky Wysocki. This is Ricky from the fairway on hole number 18. Remember, he only had to birdie. And Ricky goes for it, goes into the water. Mind you, at this moment, he thought he threw it inbounds. Makes a poor upshot, leaves it in the bunker, and then a legendary putt from Ricky Wysocki. This is what he does.
Saves par right there, stays tied atop the leaderboard. It's going to be a battle of the heavyweights because, don't forget, Paul McBeth, 2 strokes back on that lead card. Be joined by Matty Oram, but for right now, it's the chase card. Gannon Burr, James Conrad, Gavin Rathbun, and Anthony Barella. Let's check it out.
Not OB.
Yesterday, Gannon, one of only 5 players to shoot double digits under par.
Next up from Blacksburg, Virginia, your current PDGA World Champion. Give a warm welcome to James Conrad. Scatter.
Might be in a little bit of a tough spot behind that tree there, but
Next up
plenty of
from
distance.
Oswego, Illinois, let's hear some noise for Gavin Rathbun.
Gavin Rathbun sending the cameraman scattering. Great drive.
Next from Mesa, Arizona, give it up for Anthony Barella.
This guy can sure put a move on a disc, can he?
Incredible distance.
Huge drive from Anthony Barella. The chase card is off, and Terry Miller, we know you're happy to be playing out there. Tell us what's going on.
Good morning, everyone, or should I say good afternoon. I keep thinking about 24 hours ago, we were uncertain if we would be here for round 3, and here we are. The sun is out. There's a few wispy clouds that are throughout. We have to thank a little bit of the rain that actually came about with regards to the Canadian wildfires. That stifled some of the smoke that we were projected to see yesterday and today. So as that moved through, we're actually blessed with what seems to be a very good day out here. The air quality is the best that we've seen over the last few days. So although we've been treating this like all other severe weather or thunderstorms or any other issues here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, it looks like we're going to be blessed with a beautiful day out here. A few things I saw from out here on the course as players were practicing and getting warmed up. I've got to admit, Gavin Rathbun said, "Hey, Mom, I love you." So we know she's out there watching. We're going to keep an eye on him. But also what was said, Paul Macbeth, I said, "What did you do to go to that back 9 yesterday where, of course, you lit things up?" And he said, "I relaxed." He said he felt like he was pushing it too much. So even though the scores were getting tighter, he said he got more relaxed as the round went on. And we saw how he cleaned up his putt and what that resulted in for the rest of the round. The other quick tip I asked of him, I said, "What do you think it's going to take out here today?" As he's sitting 2 strokes back of the leaders, he said, "I think I'm going to need at least a 14. He's expecting the leaders to shoot well. He thinks he's going to need a 14 if he wants to chase down a win here at the Preserve. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Terry. And as he mentioned, weather just picture perfect today on Sunday. Got to take a moment to thank all the first responders, firefighters, of course, battling these horrendous conditions, but we're just blessed today. We're going to play some disc golf.
Yeah, as you mentioned, big thanks to all the first responders out there, but temperature of 77, humidity of 30. I mean, are we in Minnesota? Where are we? I mean, we could be in Iceland right now. That was incredible to see those conditions, and if the wind stays down, Paul Macbeth is right. 14 down could get him maybe into a tie, I would think, as we might see an 11 or a 12 from one of these other 2 guys.
Conrad's up shot. Just drops it in over the ridge there. He's had pretty much a similar length putt every time he's played this hole this weekend.
Over here to Barella.
Just trying to get out to him. He threw it so far.
I mean, this is the biggest tee shot we've seen. He's way out of position. Still not an easy shot for AB, but he is about pin high. 200 feet out to the right. All right, inside circle one.
Drops it in around the back of all the trees guarding the entrance to this green. How about that? Here is your co-leader, Eagle McMahon. How about this, Nate? Single season cash record, currently held by Kevin Jones, thanks to his big win at the Pro Tour Championships last October, is in danger, and we're just past the halfway point through this 2021 season.
If Eagle finds himself on the top of the podium, he breaks it. So either way, I believe Eagle will pass it this year no matter what, but it could happen today. Incredible stuff from McMahon.
Gannon Burr's second shot.
Gannon in the much more traditional landing spot versus where Barella was, and just a beautiful shot. Number one, not the most difficult hole on the course, as you can see, very open. Cale kind of wanted to start it off this way, get you a good tee shot, get you a nice up shot, get you flowing, but let's not kid ourselves. The front nine, very difficult. Holes 4 and 5, and actually hole number 6 as well. Those run of 3 holes, very, very difficult. If any one of our leaders can come either even par or better through those 3 holes, I think they're feeling real good.
Rathbun's approach. He's got it in the circle. This is the least amount of wind we've seen on this particular green all weekend. Relatively stress-free putts compared to what the first 2 rounds presented.
I'm just thinking back in 2001. I competed in the World Championships here in the Twin Cities area, and it wasn't 77 degrees and 31% humidity. It was about 100 with 98% humidity, so players getting the advantage of a beautiful afternoon here on Sunday. There are the cash numbers.
Yeah, we were just talking about him a minute ago. McMahon trying to chase down Kevin Jones, and this is his 7th event of the Pro Tour season. He's missed only one, the Des Moines Challenge. Oh, and by the way, he's got a run at the winningest season title the way he's playing. He's 4 out of the 6 events that he's entered. He's come away with the trophy.
Right, all kinds of history for McMahon here in 2021. Nice thing about Eagle is he's not really looking at any of that. He plays one hole at a time, doesn't get too far ahead of himself, and as he said in his own interview, he judges what he did wrong, not what he does right.
Barella for birdie.
Nice C1X putt there for Barella to start his final round.
I mean, they drew up this hole one way, and Barella kind of just played it however he wanted to. Still walked away with the birdie. Now Rathbun. Just a little tentative on that release.
Yeah, just a little bit tentative there for Gavin. All the books will tell you, don't let the missed putt on hole number 1 affect the rest of the round, but books a lot of times don't live in reality. That will certainly affect Gavin. He's going to have to put it behind him.
Conrad, no problem.
And now the tallest and youngest player on our chase card, Burr. We need height, weight, reach. We need all those stats now.
This kid's wingspan is massive. Chase Card's going to roll on to hole number 2. We're going to let him play through.
You got a PA3? Hey, Chris, can I get a PA3? Yes, sir. M4?
At Upper Park Disc Golf, we're in business to make the game better for everyone. We do that by helping our player team grow their brands, by donating to great charities like You Play Disc Golf, by maintaining a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and by living our core values. Play different, create legendary relationships, be a good human, and enjoy the ride. So when you buy from Upper Park Disc Golf, you know you're buying from a company that loves the game as much as you do. Upper Park Disc Golf. Play different.
Zuka carts are built for a better game. Our carts feature a lightweight aluminum frame that can also double as a seat for added comfort. The durable hand-washable bag with convenient zippered compartments and pockets to carry all of your course necessities. Performance tires provide unrivaled traction over any terrain. However you play, your Zuka cart has you covered. Zuka, disc golf carts for a better game.
You guys get to choose if you want to take his.
Welcome back. It's just about time.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, I'm Tour Director Jeff
ceremonial
Spring.
throw.
Thanks for coming out today. We are going to be doing a ceremonial first throw on behalf of Upper Park Designs, giving $250 to You Play Disc as a charity donation. Throwing the first disc today, give it up for Kale Leiviska.
Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up!
We're about 2 minutes away from lead card action. Give it up. Thank you guys for being here.
Well, if there was any doubt what they think of Kale in Minnesota, I think that cheer tells the story. In fact, I was actually wishing Kale good luck when we talked to him back on Thursday. He said, Nate, I'm not playing. I want to make sure everything is perfect. That tells you everything you need to know about Kale.
He's definitely Minnesota Disc Golf's favorite son. It's great to see a player of his caliber then turn around and provide a stage for the next generation of players to compete upon. And hey, get a ceremonial throw, add to charity. Not too bad.
Yep, and the disc went into the crowd, and I would imagine that disc isn't coming back.
I hope it wasn't one you wanted
That's
back.
a souvenir. A little bit of adrenaline there for Kale. Wasn't the greatest shot. Kale, I'll stop judging. Great job, my friend.
He's bogey-free.
Good
He's
stuff.
bogey-free
Good
this
stuff.
weekend. Back on 2.
We saw the tee shots in the play through. And we'll see Gannon Burr here.
Wow, this tree's just right in his way.
How tall he is, I think only the redwoods out in California would be big enough to stop Gannon. That will bother him just a little bit.
good commitment to it. Just out the right side. And there's your co-leaders, McMahon, Wysocki.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, first up from Boulder, Colorado, with a share of the lead at 24 under, Eagle McMahon.
Distance from McMahon, finds the edge of the fairway.
Next up on the tee, your other co-leader, also at 24 down, from Campobello, South Carolina, Ricky Wysocki.
Perfect from Ricky Wysocki.
Next up from Huntington Beach, California, give it up for Paul Macbeth.
Left going out and around. Dangerous person to have on your heels.
Alabama, make some noise for Matthew Oram.
That's a cheer that rivals Kale.
Well, we know who the crowd's going to be behind today. Overturns it just a little bit, but still should have room to execute from there. Check out Eagle McMahon's drive one more time. Trophy's just right there.
There's always something about putting the trophy on the first tee, get your heart pounding a little bit. There's a great tee shot there from Eagle. He'll be out pin high, and Ricky right in the middle of the fairway. And check it out. New comparison up on UDisc. Compare these two players as if they were tied based on recent history. Eagle McMahon, 56.7% chance of winning.
Wow.
So it's not quite 50-50, but pretty darn close. These are the two best players in the world, 1 and 2.
Well, you can chalk that up to the number of wins.
Well, Ricky is officially number 3 on UDisc, but as we've seen throughout the year, both Wysocki and McMahon have had their little runs.
Sorry.
Obviously, Eagle, the number 1 player, but Ricky's had a couple of big victories in a row. He won over on the national tour, and Ricky has played extremely well this year as well.
I mean, it was a Silver Series event, but it was a battle between Paul and Ricky back in Texas. It felt like an Elite Series event, so
Agreed.
You can see how those percentages break out. Eagle just getting that nod over the 50-50 because he's won at the Elite Series. Matty O.
Matt well back. Going to have to go with a little bit of a bigger disc. And by having to do that, it does make the green a little bit more sketchy, as you're going to see some skipping with the high-speed disc here. Oh, and he actually played it into the side hill very nicely. That bush should be in his way, though. So, again, that's the disadvantage of being left back so far here on number 1. McMahon will be even with the pin. Macbeth will come up here. He'll have a pretty long shot. But actually sort of just to the left of the basket there, out in the fairway, is where Ricky is. Just a beautiful position for Wysocki.
So got to get past those birdie blockers.
Was an incredible run on the back 9 yesterday. Had he made the 20-foot eagle putt on 18, he would have shot 9 under for the final 8 holes.
That's staying outside the circle with that up. It's not going to be his favorite putt.
Patience here on the front nine. Front 9 is the name of the game. 4 and 5, very difficult. 2 long par 5s. But when we get to the back 9, you better be ready to play. It is about, doing what Macbeth did. 8, 9 under pars. Really between 7 and 9 is what these players are looking to shoot on the back 9 today.
I feel like it's kind of like running the 400 in the Olympics. You got to pick that spot to go. If you try to go too early, you might get in trouble. You try to go too late, you're going to get left in the dust. McMahon a little shy on that upshot.
Not what you would expect from that position.
These guys know what they're playing for right now.
Yeah, no. Game of chess. This is the advantage for Ricky. I think the key for Ricky today is going to be C1X hits. He needs to be inside C1X all day long today.
Does it on the first hole. And remember, we're going to the World ESPN2 show, Portland Open recap tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Make sure to tell everybody that doesn't have their Disc Golf Network subscription yet. Let them know what they're missing out on. Portland Open was a great event out at Glendevere, and now everybody with a cable subscription gets to see it.
For all you YouTubers out there, check out ESPN2 tomorrow. See what you missed. It's always a lot of great action on the final day, of course, but here on the network, we cover it all the way through, every shot.
Including this guy, Conrad. Finally, he's been down in that same spot of the green all weekend, finally collects.
Yeah, we haven't seen that many people make putts down there, so a nice connection for James Conrad, who starts 3 for 3 today. So 3 under par through 3 holes, and quickly up into a tie with Paul Macbeth.
McMahon stretch out to the left side. This takes a lot of body control. Impressive bid at it.
And now you can see what Matty O's going to have. So Matty just enough to putt this one normal, completely normal here for Matt. Now, If this one goes in, turn the volume down on your TVs because the crowd's going to go nuts. Not a great effort there from Matt. Matt, really an energy player, really thrives off of the crowd. And he'll need to make a big putt or two to really get himself and the crowd going. And if he can do that, he actually can challenge these guys up ahead of him if he can get close enough in these first 9 holes. Now a tough putt here for Macbeth. The branch going to affect it just enough, and the wind is coming from his right and behind. You can see him checking the wind. It's from his right and behind. Tough putt here for Paul in number 1, outside circle 1.
Oh my gosh.
Out of his hand, he knew. That was no good.
And on hole number 1, Ricky Wysocki with a chance to take 1-stroke lead.
It's going to be a fun one today, folks. No movement so far from this lead group.
Well, and still a couple of tough putts left for par. It's going to be Macbeth now on the other side. He's got the tree right behind him.
Makes good on the par.
And as we see McMahon line up here, these guys, they're playing for different stakes than the rest of the field. There's a lot of jockeying for position that goes on against, amongst the best. They all know each other's games very well, and they all know that just the slight edge as you head towards the latter part of the season is so key. A victory here, a shot there. Those are just important things as we go through today.
These are the best in the world. As you can see, the world rankings are right here. Eagle McMahon, Paul Macbeth, followed by Ricky Wysocki. Heimberg, Dickerson, and Conrad round out your half dozen. You saw Conrad, we mentioned him a moment ago, but what do you always say, Nate? Cream rises to the top?
Well, it definitely does. And how many times this season here in 2021 have we talked about these 3 guys on the lead card, and then a combination of Heimberg or Dickerson here as they are the 1050 rated players in the world. But I got to hand it to Eagle, Paul, and Rick, because those 3 have proved themselves here in 2021 with victories. Both Calvin Heimberg and Chris Dickerson unable to take a Elite Series event victory, although Heimberg has been extremely consistent and Dickerson has not spent that much time here on the Pro Tour.
And of course, James Conrad with the World Championship says, I don't care if I'm 6th in the world. I'm the reigning champ. McMahon on the 2nd.
Hole 2 and hole number 17 have been the nemesis of Eagle, and today, the adjustment that needed to be made. A park job for Eagle McMahon. He's currently 1 over here on hole number 2 for the first 2 rounds.
Now Rick.
High in the gap for Ricky, but controlling his speed nicely. Another C1X hit. Day 1, Ricky Wysocki 100% from C1X.
Beth squares that tree. It's the one to miss once you get through the gap. Now Matteo.
Good secondary kick there for Matteo. Kicks him forward, but it'll be a long C2 putt there for Matteo.
Correction on the drive for McMahon today.
So crucial, hole 2 and hole 17 for the success of McMahon. And today, just beautiful.
Over to 4. This is James Conrad's second shot. He's lined up the gap perfectly. Oh, a late tree sends him off to the left, but he's in the clear.
I promise you, if you take par on 4 and 5 today, it does not change your chances of winning or losing this tournament.
Back over to 2, Paul McBeth's upshot. Just laying it down under the pin. I bet Matteo's going to try to jumpstart some momentum right here. What do you think?
Oh, definitely. I mean, remember on Friday, Matteo from about this similar distance, but over to the right, nailing a big putt and getting himself going. He's watching it. Oh, and just in front of the chains for Matteo.
That's 2 of them online, just a little high.
And Matt's never going to quit on himself or the tournament or the round. He's just going to keep on trucking. All right, now Ricky, after the missed putt on 1, very important make that he needs.
Redesign of hole number 2 this year. Certainly causing more scoring separation than in the 2020 edition. Now Matteo for par. Hangs it in there. McMahon's easy birdie. He's relieved to finally get that one. And Paul will just have to continue to be patient right now. Let's take a look at what's happening so far. You've got Conrad and Burr now tied with Paul McBeth. Up ahead on that chase card. 3 strokes as McMahon and Wysocki continue to share the lead. Just trying to separate.
Yeah, and for all you people on YouTube, you haven't heard me say it this much, but I promise that these guys know in their minds they need to be within 1 to 2 shots of the lead as they hit the 10th tee. It's going to be very important with the way that the back 9 plays that you're within those 1 to 2 shots. So McBeth, he needs to recognize the fact that he really relaxed on the back 9 yesterday. He needs to relax here on the front 9. Jamie, it was yesterday that McBeth double bogeyed here on hole number 3. So can he make the adjustment? We'll see.
That's drifting.
Yeah, but advantage McMahon here because it's a slow disc and a park job. So some players without as much arm as McMahon have to go to a wide rim disc. This hole is over 100 feet. Hole number 3 playing at 408. So advantage there for McMahon here on number 3. Rick able to do a little bit of the same, but just overcooked it on the right side, and he's going to miss C1. Or right at the edge of it, we'll call it. Paul playing that low right side with more of a driver, and he has played this beautifully. Just inside circle 1, and a great chance for Paul to pick up 3 shots on yesterday.
Yeah, horrendous. It was a 4-putt yesterday for Macbeth. So much finesse. Matteo. Just tagging the tower, staying right there inside of 10 feet. Roll it back one more time for Matteo.
Yeah, and you can see the difference, and we'll see the reaction from Matteo here, but Matty able to throw a wide rim disc here, and just the finesse on the right side hits perfectly on the ground, and Matteo loves it. Nice job by Matteo. Really good set of tee shots here on number 3. Let's go ahead and fly it today. Again, 408 feet dead straight away. The trick here on number 3 is that the entire left side of the green slopes away to an out-of-bounds area. There's a cart path on that left side. Most of the players of the field are going to play drivers to mid-range drivers to high-speed drivers on the right side, trying to play this skip like Matt Oram. But players like Eagle McMahon able to take something a little bit straighter and play that straight shot. You can see that slope there on the left. Today, all 4 players keeping it on the upper side, which means we have a chance for a star frame.
Ricky wants to try to kick it off here. He's right at the edge of circle. Tailwind breeze.
Jamie, it was a C1 hit for Wysocki, but at the moment only putting 33% as he's 1 for 3 inside circle 1. Macbeth now for birdie.
How about a 3-stroke difference on the same hole one day later?
And a 1-stroke gain on the leader. Well, on one of the leaders, I should say.
Eagle now takes the lead away from Wysocki and moves that back to 3 over Macbeth. Matteo moves to 22 under par in a tie for 4th. Eagle now parked 2 holes out of the opening 3.
He's played hole 3 fantastic. He's now 3 under on hole 3, but it was here on hole number 2 back on Friday that he hit the Mando tree. But today, right past the Mando tree and right past every other tree and right up next to the basket for McMahon.
You can just see, just rips it flat, full power, slides it up. Here's your top 10.
Well, Jamie, it would be like if there was 3 secretariats in the world and they were all in the same race. That's what we're dealing with here. 3 legendary players, McMahon, Wysocki, and Macbeth. I imagine it's going to come down to a photo finish, but we'll see.
So far, only James Conrad was perfect through 3. Let's go to him over on 4. Streak in danger here. This is his birdie look. Gave it a healthy bid.
Yeah, a little bit left for the par for James.
Back on the tee of the same hole.
Brand new hole number 4. If you only watched the final day last year, this is a brand new set of holes, 4, 5, and 6. In fact, here on the front 9, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, all different from 2020.
Big shot there by Eagle. He throws anhyzers like lefties throw hyzers.
Again, he's able to throw slower discs that can turn right easier. It's easier to throw a mid-range or a slower flying fairway driver versus a high-speed driver.
Paul's cutting it inside.
And that's flexing back now. It's going to be out in the crowd.
That one's not a souvenir, folks. How's he look going into the pin, though?
Just, it's a long way. You want to be as close to the trees where the entry down this corridor on the second half of the hole is. You don't want that much. I mean, Paul has 175 feet to the gap.
So Matty O can get a little closer. He's gone wide, but makes it through.
That was a good shot there from Matty. Let's face it, only 17% of the field has taken birdie. So you got to start with a decent shot, and then it's a tough shot, tough second shot here.
Rick's got to like this angle. A little short of the gap. Keeps it turned the whole way. And Matty O just has such signature form. We got to check this out.
Well, and luckily for Matty, it hasn't changed in 20 years. The big stomp there with the left foot. Matty
holds
always
the pose.
He always holds the pose. Matty looking good.
Love it. That's how your turnovers come out great, folks. Just hold that pose all the way through. Of course, our patented form section is brought to you by Sunstein, winning intellectual property. Sunstein helps protect its clients' ideas and important brands through patent and trademark registration and litigation services. If you've got a good, unique idea, give Sunstein a call or check them out on the web at sunsteinlaw.com.
And as a bonus, they won't charge you for the first 10 minutes as you talk about how you shot on the course. Those guys love disc golf.
So great to see. The careers and the passion and the hobbies all coming together.
Gotta love it.
Gotta love it. Stay patient, folks. You heard Terry Miller talk about it as he spoke to Paul Macbeth this morning. It's all about staying patient. We're going to see how these scores change. It's really going to be interesting to see when the door cracks open for one of our top players to make their move. With the birdie percentage you talked about, Nate, hole 4, not the best place to try to make a move. I wonder how aggressive Paul wants to get right here.
Well, he's going to get aggressive, but again, it's just the distance of the gap. It's got to be on line right off the get-go.
Come on. Come on. Yeah.
Incredible. Incredible shot from Paul. He is now down by the pin, and not only is he by it, he's basically, I'm not going to say it, he is inside circle 1. We'll go with that.
He's inside circle 1.
That was a 9.9 out of 10 there for Paul Macbeth.
Big difficulty rating on it, too.
A lot of Olympic references. It's all about difficulty and execution. Those two things come together, you get a great score. And possibly a gold medal for some people.
Or a bear, if you're in this part of the country right now.
And a jump in the lake. So Matty in this, roughly about 270 range. He's got these two trees in front of him, but then you can see, right, just to the right of him, the gap that he's going down.
Just tagged the last little bit of that tree sticking into the gap.
Not so bad. He did kick forward. And I think he got, on the right side of your screen, he got on the front side of those trees, onto the basket side of those trees. So should be at the very minimum a relatively easy up and down for Matt Oram. From a similar position yesterday, Ricky went over the top. I like him going down the middle here. Better opportunity for birdie.
Ooh, he just grabbed a little bit of grass right there. And it just shows you how good Paul Macbeth's shot was. This is from the catch cam.
And again, Paul had like about 150 feet to that gap. And gets it through perfectly and inside circle one, and a little bit of help there at the end.
Just
backspin.
A little stump or something, yeah. Wow. McMahon closest to the pin out of the group. Oh, you see his eyes go to the sky. He's only 247.
He's one of the few guys that we would be okay with doing this. It's the grenade. He has the disc upside down. You can see it right now. His thumb is on the bottom side of the disc. He's going to throw it completely inverted, and the disc is actually going to come down vertically and going just a little bit to the right.
It's incredible how he's able to make this disc move in the air like that.
Jones did this similar thing back on Friday. Crowd loving it. And short.
That's the tough thing. If you hit anything on the way up, you're not going to get all the way there. Well, as you can guess, I think most of our upper park play difference this year have been grenades.
Well, and now it's 3 for 3 upper park here on hole number 4. We saw one from Jones on Friday, one from Wysocki yesterday, and today McMahon. It was a good execution of the shot. He was perfectly on line. He just didn't get enough forward carry to get all the way down into circle one, and he'll be back there. It's a tough putt. It's downhill with a little bit of a low ceiling and one tree to deal with. Here's our green. Now Rick shows you how far Matty's disc went forward. Ricky here up first. Long way left.
That leaf kicks him. Be a par putt for Wysocki. Matty O kind of over where James Conrad was. Oh, he's closer. My goodness. Turn the engine on. Matty Oram's in the race.
That's a dangerous Matt Oram. I'm telling you, he is going to feed off of that energy. Matty O, huge. And a fist pump from the Beast. And now over to McMahon. Different putt, though. That tree. Big problem here for Eagle. He's going to have to go and just swing it around that tree.
Oh, just touches the front rim.
It's one of those things from both Wysocki and McMahon. You didn't see him get that frustrated. You more or less saw them annoyed because they love birdieing every hole, but they know at the end of the day, par is fine here on hole number 4.
Beth easily collects that birdie.
A shank off the tee, but a fantastic shot on the second. Paul gains a shot on, at least a shot on both McMahon and Ricky.
Man stays at 26 under. Ricky stays at 25, and you heard it. Matty O is the one they want to see right now. I think we could safely call him the underdog, except for when he has putts like this.
I watched this form in 2005 in the World Championship Final, and 16 years later, Matt Oram is doing the same thing.
He's only three back. We're going to take a quick break. Come right back on the Disc Golf Network.
In this game, preparation is everything. It gives you that edge to become something from nothing. Success is not by accident. Because you know, the course plays no favorites. You know what it takes to be the best. In this game, detail matters. Idio Sports.
Everybody, we're showing you the replay here of hole number 3. Back on number 3. This is a replay of earlier Paul McBeth. Important shot here for the Beast.
Yeah, Paul didn't look good on 1 and 2, but here on number 3, beautiful control. And he would go on to make that putt. And then the upshot on number 4, way out of position, not a good tee shot, but Jamie right down the gut and inside circle 1. And he would go on to make that putt as well to go back-to-back birdies, and check these numbers out.
McBeth 5 for 7 when he's entering a final round trailing by 2 or less. That is in the history of the Disc Golf Pro Tour when there are only 3 rounds in the tournament. Incredible numbers. We said this all yesterday that you can't shut the door on the guy. He refuses. He kicks it back open and says, no, I'm going to be in the conversation.
I mean, that is ridiculous. That is unprecedented. 5 for 7.
Wow. And a shout out to Statmando, who's joined our research department at the Disc Golf Pro Tour for this event. Trying to bring you all the numbers behind the game. And numbers are what you can take on number 5. If you're out of position, and it sure seems like Anthony Barella is here. Toughest hole on the course, toughest par 4 on the course.
Surprisingly, hole number 5 at the moment, of course we saw this card and our featured card, only playing as the second most difficult. So, but the numbers on it are ridiculous, okay? 4% birdies versus 50% bogey or worse.
Barella's going to show us a grenade here. See that close? Inside circle, right there, folks, next to that tree. Wow. From short of the corner. I mean, pretty soon we're going to have to take a grenade off of the play different list. These young guns are learning it.
It's going to be the play normal. What's not normal is seeing a superstar, famous chef out on the course.
Chef Andrew Zimmern. Been playing disc golf for 30 years. It's incredible.
And a Minnesota native. Proud Minnesota native.
Got to take part in our Celebrity Pro-Am, our first annual. I think it's a safe bet we'll have him back. He was cooking for everybody, throwing some shots, loving the vibe.
And I believe he got to play with James Conrad in that Pro-Am.
Team name Long Hair, No Hair in that doubles match. Oh, Gannon Burr, he's in perfect position. Just got to put the upshot down the hallway. Ooh, overturned it a bit there.
Well, for Burr to be there after, 2 shots, just kind of goes to show you how difficult this hole is. Back on Friday, Eagle McMahon put a sidearm into almost that exact position off the tee, but then comes back yesterday and ends up bogeying here on hole number 5. So just a very difficult shot off the tee. Really, it's about putting yourself in position more than anything.
And if you're just tuning in for this year, you're saying, wait, what course are we playing right now? These are brand new holes, folks.
Yep, so the story goes, Cale able to procure an additional 50 acres adjacent to the preserve property, which gave him more flexibility in the design for the front 9, able to come over into this region, added holes 4, 5, 6, all on the new part of the property. 7, a brand new 1,100-foot par 5. 8, as normal over the water. And then 9, a 1,499-foot par 5. So 2 par 5s here on the front 9.
We talked to him before the tournament. He said the big thing he's trying to achieve is balance. Wants to challenge the players in a lot of different ways. And you've called it a shot maker's course. Seems to be playing out so far this weekend. He really Got to be short on the putts, and this is a tough hole to do that on. Let's see what Macbeth can do off the tee. Wanted some help. Not sure he got what he was looking for there.
So the backhand off the tee is about position. You're sort of accepting the fact that you're not going to get way down there. If you see a player going sidearm, that means they're trying to get aggressive. So Matty going to play a little bit safer here. And that is short on the corner. You see that small cedar tree down there for the backhand? They're looking to just get past that and to the left. For the sidearm here, McMahon going to try to get aggressive and actually power it out that gap well past that cedar tree and up towards the second gap. Gets around the cedar and just a little bit short of ideal, but still a fantastic shot. Ricky going to play it a little safer. He did this yesterday. Not the greatest execution, but still in a position that he should be able to, under normal circumstances, get up and down for a par here. Let's go ahead and fly hole number 5. Look at it. The stats are just unbelievable. 4% birdies, and that's versus 50% bogeys or worse, playing as the number 2 difficult hole today. So here's the area where Matty got caught up. Macbeth here on the left. And then right here is where Wysocki got to. Now that small tree on the right, the bottom of your screen, is the one McMahon went powering around. Now McMahon about even with this tee pad here for another course just to the right there. But look at the angle, Jamie. So difficult to be able to work this angle because of how long and straight this corridor is. It does go quite a ways back here from that tee that we see in the fairway all the way back to the pin. It's not often that you see 4% birdies versus 50+% bogeys on any hole here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Paul Macbeth surrounded by.
This is where Ricky was yesterday. This is a little bit worse.
Wow, he's quite literally in a jail cell here.
Yeah, and yesterday Ricky unable to get up and down for par, so he did take a bogey here. All Macbeth is trying to do is get, well, from this deep, I think just into the open. But in an ideal world, he could get all the way down to that tee pad.
Tall task.
This is a dangerous play here. He's got to be careful about hitting first available. Gets out. Not so bad. He's still watching it. Can be tricky. Tricky up and down there. Now to the other side of the fairway, Matt Oram.
The line of trees just off his right shoulder more or less would point directly to the pin. You can see why he's got to go so wide.
And Matty walked up and just spotted that tee pad that's in the fairway.
Flew it pretty high there. It looked like he might have been going for a little more than that tee pad.
Yeah, but you're just using that tee pad as your guide. That's all you can really do is use that tee pad as your guide. And if you get 15, 20 feet ahead of it, great. But that's your guide. That's really the only landmark out there that you can use. Same 5 names at the top.
Nobody able to break into that pack. We've seen it
I
yesterday.
don't expect anybody to, honestly. I just feel like with the caliber at the top, it would take something special from the chase, besides Conrad or deeper to really bust into this group of players. With that said, there's still 5 guys involved. That's a lot.
Saki just trying to get the corner. Gets it and more. Moments ago, up on the green you're looking at, it was Anthony Barella. Only 5 players had birdied this hole. This was after that grenade shot.
Barella's had some trouble so far, a birdie and a bogey on his card, and another birdie there for Barella. So joins a small group of players, picks up another bird.
Call it a 6-pack of those who have been able to conquer hole number 5. Macbeth's 3rd shot. Might be able to attack from here.
From a similar position yesterday, he went over the top, which we felt like was a big mistake, a little bit of a better angle. Amazing. Amazing. Back on 4, it was a 9.9 out of 10. That's an 11 out of 10. To be able to bend that angle and push that far back down that corridor, impressive from Paul Macbeth.
Oh, by the way, it's a headwind when you turn that corner too. Degree of difficulty even higher. What does McMahon do here?
Well, he's got a similar angle, but he's a little bit closer to it, which makes it slightly more difficult to be able to bend down that corridor. But, I mean, he just watched Paul do it, and I think he gives him the line, sort of what it's supposed to look like to get himself inside circle 1. The problem is going over the top. It's a small corridor, and that, as you mentioned, that big headwind up there. Hard to control where it lands.
Nevertheless, he's thinking about it. You see him. Yep, there he goes.
Now this, not a grenade. Okay, so he's holding it regular. So here with McMahon, he's trying to just throw a spike hyzer. Gotta wonder how much of that shortness on the last one affects this one.
Not sure. It'll be a mystery. We'll all find out together. We know where Macbeth's is. Look at how he played this. This is going to be our Hempfield recovery shot of the day, and what a recovery it is to put him in pretty routine position for a par putt.
I mean, this is so challenging. If you gave Paul Macbeth 10 tries at that, the odds of him getting inside that are less than 20%. That was incredible what he was able to do. Fantastic.
Hempfield Botanicals, certified B Corporation. They're using their business as a force for good. They use only organically grown products designed to help with muscle recovery and pain relief.
And not surprisingly, all of our recovery shots have for the average disc golfer, myself included, everybody at home right now, would need a little bit of that.
I was going to say.
It's been grenades and spike hyzers.
Don't try those shots at home, folks, and if you do, warm up first. Get your disc golf strong on, and then go to the practice
that's
field.
an injury waiting to happen for somebody who's not prepared for it. Now, Matt Oram. Where in the world is Matt Oram? You can see way over there to the left. That's the fairway. So Matt here about 70 feet to the right. And this is just a hope. You know, at this point, this is dangerous.
He's going to have to get creative here. See what he comes up with.
There's no OB anywhere close to this hole, but just all these different trees. Jamie, are you kidding me?
I think Paul's going to have to pass some of that hemp field over to Matty O.
Wow. Now that is a shot most of us out there in the world could do, but not successfully. Matt Oram. Shot of the day. That is the shot of the day so far for me. Check it out. He's going with a roller. Jamie, he throws it over the top. It lands in the corridor with speed.
And then puts on the brakes. Matty O. My goodness.
Now, you give him 10 attempts at that, he's not doing it again. I would give him a 0% chance to execute it in a similar fashion. Now, check out where Eagle is. Jamie, where is this?
For a second, I thought this was footage from the practice field. He was out left.
So he went beyond the pin from his angle. What in the world is going on here on hole number 5?
I mean,
Ricky's going well. I chipped it down the middle. I chipped it to this point.
Ricky's just playing boring golf right now.
Yeah, I'm playing the way it was designed.
Everybody else making up their own fairways. Ricky.
Mind you, none of the fans, besides everybody watching right now, know about this happening. This hole is closed to the spectators. You can see nobody's there.
That's why you tune in live, folks. Not going to see this anywhere else. Macbeth?
I just think they're trying to impress Zimmer.
Must have promised him a lunch when it's all said and done. Well,
good save from Eagle. That's a par. After those tee shots, to have the group be even par is unbelievable.
Nobody
on hole number 5.
Nobody further than 10 feet from the pin for the par putt. Unbelievable, folks. Matty-O shot one more time.
From that point, he is throwing perpendicular to the fairway he's trying to land in, and it comes down directly in the middle. Shot of the day at the moment.
We said on the previous hole, all he needs is a little momentum. That par feels like a birdie for Matty-O, and staying right in the hunt. Look at this one stroke separating all 4 of the guys on the lead card. Let's go ahead to number 6. We've got Anthony Barella.
AB from distance here.
This is for birdie.
Yes. Anthony Barella wasn't playing that well. Back-to-back birdies. You can see him down there in a tie for 9th place.
Just look at this. Look at the names that are currently tied for 6th and tied for 9th. Young Guns, Gannonberg, Kyle Klein, Casey White, AB. AB might be the oldest of all. This is nuts. Don't go anywhere, folks. So much disc golf left to play. We'll be right back.
When I walk up to the tee, I have these game plans. I know where I want to land. I know the distance to the basket from those positions. I think I'm going to land in these same areas every single time, but you never know. I know how far I am. I know the height now. Having the Bushnell rangefinder, no matter where I land, gives me that extra level of confidence.
Welcome back, everybody. Still at a loss for words for what we just saw on the 5th, but we must play on. Very gettable hole.
I'll give Maddie 100 tries. I bet he doesn't do it again.
Paul Macbeth.
Hole number 6, just shy of 400 feet. Yes, Paul Macbeth asking for it to hurry, and it didn't quite, but he actually got through inside circle 1. So a nice shot there from Paul. This hole actually shorter than hole number 3, but so much more difficult. There's a big tree out there that sort of pushes in on the left side of the fairway, and the players are sort of forced to have to try to go around it. That's the one Maddie's going at right now. And he just hit it. Ooh, but he comes out. Another Maddie make there, maybe? Who knows at this point?
I'm done predicting today, I'll tell you that.
We've seen it all. We've seen it all.
Man. Stays hyzer the whole way. He gets a good kick.
Yeah, it'll be a straddle putt there for Eagle, but great percentage to make the birdie. The wind comes off these players left. What's going on here? I saw him lining this up. I didn't believe that he would do it. And he's in a terrible position.
Well, Rick's playing his own game right now. Let's fly this thing. This is, you would think, just kind of straightforward down and in.
Well, exactly. Here, hole number 6, 390 feet. Again, really just dead straight away. You can see that light green tree up there. That's really the one that kind of bothers the players. And this one on the right that we're just flying past, they have to sort of twist it up past that one and then outside this green tree and get it back there. For the most part, we've seen everybody get caught up in the right. Maddie, one of the first guys to really get caught up here in the left. What Waisaki's doing is trying to go out and past that tree right there, and he was unable to do it. So probably almost nothing there for Ricky.
We've got Terry Miller on the ground here, and Terry, wow, these last couple of holes have just been incredible. Talk about it.
Well, what I just saw there a moment ago were 3 discs that came in and hit trees, 3 very favorable kicks. Ricky gets wild, goes with the other route, and that's not going to work out well for him. We'll see if Matty O can connect from deep in circle 2.
Ooh. Scaring the basket. Almost took one back from the course there after that fortunate kick that Terry mentioned. Now here's Ricky. Great bid from back in the blind spot.
This is McMahon to take a 2-shot lead and heading into a section of course where he really has an advantage. 2 par 5s and a gettable par 3. So McMahon really looking to take a stranglehold on the tournament here with a great percentage to make it.
That reaction tells you everything, folks. Macbeth to pull within 1. Just walking it in, nice and calm.
Well, and Macbeth able to take advantage of, remember, it was the great shot back on 4, and now a good kick on 6. He takes advantage of both, and now he's within 1 shot of the lead.
Eagle had the opportunity there to start to stretch out ahead of the pack.
He just pulled his hand back just a little bit. You see that recoil on that right hand. That was what did it there for McMahon.
Well, it stays within 1, and we're getting closer and closer. So, okay, who's going to start the sprint? Who's going to try to break away from the group and set this pace on the back 9? And look at this. Through 7 holes, Paul Macbeth started back 2, scrambled in the early part of this course, and now tied with Ricky, 1 back of Eagle. It's going to be an exciting afternoon, especially as we go to this, a brand new par 5 on the course.
Yeah, brand new par 5 here on hole number 7, 1,111 feet. Yeah, exactly. 1111, which is what these guys want to see at the end of the tournament. You have the right side of the fairway. Some people have been going that way. But mainly we've seen a lot of people going over here to the left. The tee shot's landing just short of where we just passed. From that point, it's another blast all the way over, back over the water yet again. And our shorter armed players, players that are not like Eagle or Simon, have been landing down in this general region, where from here is a very easy sidearm hyzer pitch into the side hill here. But for the bigger players, they can get all the way up into this area and potentially eagle this hole. But you saw the percentage there, 46% birdies. When we get up to hole 9, which is a 1,400 plus foot par 5, only 5% birdies.
Very attackable. And Macbeth takes the box.
Nothing crazy there from Paul, just a position play. Now, Matty, we saw him do this in the first 2 rounds. He is going to go to the right. More difficult tee shot, but an easier second shot. And Matty, 3 for 3, executing it beautifully.
Such good control, even at the longer distances.
A little fist pump for Matt. Matt's in it to win it. That's the one thing I love about Matt Orm. He is not afraid of anybody. Point blank, period.
McMahon Here's the aggressive line. Wow, this is big.
Okay, so you were right. Well, I couldn't exactly see. Yeah, eagle out there big, like you said. It'll all depend on the lie. Does he have an open shot to blast on the second? We'll find out here in a moment.
Isaki going towards the wall, but that's no problem. Matty O, he's trying to win at Kale's place. Showing some love. These guys are enjoying this course.
Me and my brother and my dad were out there for hours just playing disc golf, having fun.
That's like one of the first things we usually say. It's a great family sport. We got to do it as a family.
And it builds relationship. Like, I know my dad's so much better because of disc golf.
It's nice that that's something that we can connect and go do together.
My parents are 100% behind it. Bad rounds, good rounds, doesn't matter. They always have a smile on their face.
We don't call it sacrifice. We call it fun.
Get out there and have fun. At the end of the day, most important is have fun.
Just like fierce, passion is something I feel when I'm playing. The Passion is a speed 8 neutral flying fairway driver that has a lot of glide and a straight finish. I intentionally wanted this disc to be a lightweight driver that makes distance feel easy. The Passion is the perfect addition to the Discraft lineup.
There's no shortage of things to make us anxious these days.
With all the chatter in the world, it's easy to get knocked off balance.
Quiet Mind naturally promotes a zen-like calm without dulling your abilities.
Welcome back, everybody. Here's James Conrad. This is his third shot on the 7th.
So most players would go to a sidearm here. James going to his patented backhand and handling it pretty well. It'll be a tricky putt. You can see the wind is actually picking up a little bit more here over the last about 15 minutes.
Matty, big turnover on the way.
Matt back there in that sidearm range. With how sloped the green is, it just plays so well for a nice overstaple sidearm into this green.
This fairway is so big. How far away Matty O is from all the other card mates.
Yeah, he is 400 feet away from where Paul is. Now, from where Paul is, there's really no chance of getting to the pin. You need a tee shot like McMahon had. But still a position play for Paul as they're waiting for the green.
Good etiquette. Forward card plays. So we'll get to see James Conrad. Nice and easy. Card's the 4. Barella in the conversation for one of the longest throwers in the world. He's a tricky little 12-footer here.
dead, well, kind of not dead headwind, but a little bit in the head from his left. It's a tough putt.
Yeah, dude.
Nails it.
Good putt, Anthony. Thank you.
Gavin giving him some love.
And Barella's about as tall as the tree he was trying to putt under. Gavin going quick.
I was just thinking, this is one of the tallest groups that I think we've ever seen.
Lanky, big build. When Gavin Rathbun looks visibly shorter than the rest of his card mates, then yeah, he got some height going on.
I'd be jumping to high five all those guys. Matty, chillaxing.
He's never not having a good time on the course.
I would agree with that.
Here's Paul.
Really, from Paul's perspective, that was perfect. Right in the middle. Can give himself a great chance.
Like a practice field hyzer. It just lands right dead in line with where you're looking.
Ricky going with the flex line. This is pretty big here, Jamie. There's that golf green. What a huge shot from Ricky.
Trying to make the camera spin.
That from there, he can actually run it.
Be interesting to see. He's going to need good grip to throw big shots like that, and that's where Idio Shoes comes in. The Idiosyncrasy is a quality-driven product with decades of combined footwear experience that have gone into the design. You can check it out at idiosports.com. Get in early. Pick your favorite colorway. Learn more, again, at idiosports.com. Eagle.
Talked about the lie. Not a great lie for McMahon. You can see everything right in front of him. He's going to go with the big turnover. Can he line it up perfectly with that green up there? Whoa. Whoa. That was not cheering for McMahon at all.
Well, he hated it instantly.
That was so far offline that our cameras lost it, and that clapping was actually for the next hole. Let's go ahead and take a look at it again. A frustration from McMahon. Right here, he hated it.
Well, we were wondering who was going to be the first to go, the first to sprint, and clearly that tells you. Eagle thought he could try to get a stroke on all of his card mates here.
The key factor is who's he going against. If this isn't Wysocki and Macbeth, does he play a safer shot? You know, those questions only he can answer, but you're always going up against. You're making decisions based on who you're going up against. And I think with those two guys right on his heels, he felt obligated to get aggressive there and didn't make that shot. Hopefully it doesn't lead to something worse. Par 5 scoring such a huge key here in this tournament. Hole 7, 9, and 18 are finishing hole, all par 5s. There's that sidearm.
Money Mattiorum.
Don't sleep on Matty O. I mean, he's shooting well. We'll see where he is after hole 9, but at the moment, he's looking real good.
Oh, and this might be disaster.
go, guys. Great.
Guys, hey, everybody off the path, please. Please start coming through.
Sorry, guys.
Hey guys, back up just a little bit.
I know.
So we heard that it's water OB.
No, I think that's with the stealth. I think that's good.
Oh, and there's, with the water being the OB line, this is where he's going to have to take a stance.
I just don't think Cale ever anticipated anybody going over here. But this will be now his 4th shot, so he can still save his par.
He's losing at least one to the card here. He's got to get up and down. That's a great recovery. And he didn't fall into the lake, so bonus.
No, but on the second easiest par 5, he's going to lose a stroke to the card.
And lose the disc, clearly.
Yeah, they were questioning where it was. Out in the lake, so it's gone for the moment, for the time being. And, I mean, that was a good shot. I mean, that was a really good shot. He controlled it well around that corner. He's about 15 feet below the pin. But, you know, a hole like this is one McMahon has to take advantage of. At the very minimum, not lose strokes. Not a great shot from Paul, but does kick forward. Now, Ricky, on the other hand.
Is he in why not run it range?
Yes. I mean, he has a green light. This is as bright of a green light as you could possibly imagine. It's uphill. Not a ton of danger. The only danger is hitting off that basket and rolling.
The why not run stays right there. The top of the chip pile. Feet of the camera operators.
Just for funsies, this is not a easy putt. I mean, for Ricky, it is, but downhill headwind, extremely downhill. Look how much taller he is than the basket. You don't putt like that often. You know, maybe this hole, of course, like De La Viega, you're going to get these extreme angles, and McMahon almost misses that one, but in.
Side hill baskets. Reminds me of a little bit of Hornet's Nest. Hole or two right there on the hillside, but yeah, unforced error from Eagle McMahon, and guess what? 3-way tie.
And Matt Oram 2 shots back, as well as James Conrad. Don't go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. It was on hole 10 yesterday. Paul Macbeth was 6 shots behind the lead. Look at him now.
Hole number 8, by contrast, very gettable, and James Conrad is on the tee. That should collect the easy birdie.
And his score reflected that. Birdie already as he is 2 strokes behind the lead. Check this out, Jamie. Has not lost when tied or leading entering the final round. 4 for 4 for McMahon. Again, that's the DGPT history in 3-round events.
Well, he's been both of those today. Been both tied and both leading. He's back to tied. So essentially, you have a 11-hole speed race right here for all the marbles.
This last year on the 18th hole, we had a 3-way tie. Castro taking the only eagle and winning by 1 stroke.
I'll just tell you why all the players are so excited to play here. They know they have to play their best, and they know it has to come down to...
Well, so many factors. It's those things. It's Cale Leiviska, one of the most beloved players by the players. It's the IQ of the Minnesota fans that they love as well. Playing in front of those crowds has always been awesome. And today, no different.
Well, Terry Miller is down on hole number 8. They're waiting on number 9. Let's talk to Terry. I mean, it was a crazy thing we just saw as we'll watch Anthony Barella over it. Terry, how's Eagles' mentality right now after that big unforced error?
Yeah, you saw him make the recovery shot. Of course, very awkward stance. Cale was even right there trying to help him out with where he could stand because he was so pinched up against the wall. Seems like the recovery was great, though, obviously getting up and down. But to watch them now go into this 3-way tie, man, the tension is high here, and everyone's enjoying the action. I just heard you, Nate, talk about the IQ of our crew out here, and so many people and fans and spectators. People are loving it, and they should be. Let's buckle in for the rest of the ride.
Sure is right about that. Better buckle up because we're about to switch gears here very soon. Paul Macbeth, hole number 8. Macbeth, not going to be in the birdie conversation on this one.
So 406 feet here on number 8. 54% of the field has taken birdie, so it's a 50-50 chance. Paul, one of the best putters that really out of the junk per se, right? It's kind of, he's off the fairway. Maybe a make for him. Can Matty put it in close? Makeable.
Flag stick sometimes showing that left to right, but really not committing. Rick drops it in there perfectly.
Right time, right place there for Ricky. He needed that shot, and he did it. Now McMahon, after the frustration, is one of the best at collecting himself. Can he do that here? And I mean, look, it wasn't a bogey. It was just a par.
Right on it. Well, hole number 8 is our birdie disc golf board game hole. You got to guess the final number birdies today to win. So far, there have been 63 in the field, not counting the lead card. You saw 76 on day 1. Wow. Got to go over to bodabrothers.com/win to get your guess in. In the case of ties, whoever claimed the number first will be the winner. So hurry. Get over to bodabrothers.com/win. It's going to be somewhere between 64 and 67 after this group plays through. We'll help you out.
I'm going to say it's between 65 and 67. I'm going to go ahead and give the benefit of the doubt to both McMahon and Wysocki. The other two, not so sure.
What do you think, Terry? Birdie chances on hole number 8 for our lead card. Who's looking good?
Yeah, McMahon and Wysocki are parked. Those are tap-ins. I'm looking at Macbeth, who threw first. He's at 38 feet and no line to the basket. This would be a miracle shot. As for what we'll see from Matty O, I think he's got an alley from there. Again, I'm going to count Paul Macbeth out on this one.
So there you go. 66 is what Terry said. But like I was talking about, I would think, even though Macbeth has no line for a regular person, he is the best at finding something small. Remember yesterday, hole number 6, he made the putt up and over the branch. That kind of got him going a little bit, maybe relaxed him. But this left side is tight. And now you see the disc of Paul.
Ooh. Wouldn't count him out here. Let's see. He's not a normal person.
No, he's not. Clearly. But can he stretch out to the right and fall forward? That's the question. Because remember, he's outside circle 1, so he can do a jump putt or a falling forward putt as long as he releases it before his body hits, before his body touches anywhere in front of his mark. He has to fully release the disc. And it's because he's outside the circle.
Well, he's going to go inside of the tree line.
Wow, this is really just nothing.
He's got to get it to rise. He's still got to get it there.
That little headwind going to help with that rise.
Let's see what he can do.
Just got through. It'll be a par. He's frustrated. He's not frustrated about the putt. He's frustrated about the tee shot. Paul Macbeth knows over half the field has taken birdie here, and you've got to get it. You cannot give up strokes on holes like this.
It's so wide to the right. To miss inside on this hole just feels bad.
Now, Matty, on the other hand,
he's got to probably stretch here.
Yeah, sketchy at best. Matt is great from distance putting, but he's not the best at these. He's got such long arms. Can he pop it through there? It's going to be all riffs for Matt here.
Says I'm good enough to make that one. Roll it back on that Zuka replay.
Check it out. All wrist. Barely moves the arm. All wrist, and Matty gets it up and in. Fantastic. Matt Oram chipping away at one at Macbeth. He's not going to lose any to these two guys. So Matt Oram
staying within 2 of the lead. That lead is going to move to 27 under par. Beth left out of the star frame. He'll have a nice big bombing tee shot on the next hole to air out some frustrations. Conrad's still hanging around there too. He's 3 back.
Yeah, Conrad's right in there. Conrad's in the fairway of number 9 here. And a real chance. It's an outside chance. He has some distance left into the green, but a chance to birdie.
By the way, FPO lead card set to tee in about 5 minutes. See if Kristen Tatar can hold on to the massive lead that she's built up and claim her 2nd Pro Tour victory in a row. That's going to be exciting.
Saw James go to the range finder, so he knows exactly how much distance he needs here. It's a full send from this distance. Yeah, you can tell he's going with the big flex. It's coming out nicely. And a nice shot from James. James really needs to birdie this hole. That would put him at 25 under par, and at worst, within 3 shots of the lead heading into the back 9. So really an important birdie putt coming up for James Conrad back on the tee of this 1,499-foot par 5.
Matty O, toughest birdie of the group, takes the box.
Off the tee, there's really almost no mistake that you could make for caliber, for the level of these players. But with that being said, where Matty just finished up is going to leave a lot left to try to get to this pin in 3 shots. You do need some big, big distance here off the tee to have a chance of attacking the green. Rick going to go to the roller. This looks really good, Jamie. Will it flip? Yes, Ricky notices that it flips over, and that's great.
Camera operators have moved back from yesterday because they got spun around a couple of times from these tee shots.
I guess we'll find out here, right, from McMahon?
He just says, oh, that's a further target for me to hit. Let's go.
Wind off the left. This looks great. This looks great.
Wow. I say that a lot when Eagle McMahon throws drives. I've come to notice. Macbeth.
Macbeth will just be trying to control one with the middle, and he's done that beautifully. When you see that full flex, you know it's a good shot, and a nice one from Paul.
Good drives from the lead group here. Ricky with the lone roller. Let's see what he thinks of it.
What he's asking for is for it to flip. That's right when he notices that it does. 'Cause he doesn't want it to keep going out left and actually come backwards. He wants it to flip over and power forwards, and he did. It was a great shot.
Still no changes to the top 5.
Well, and really don't expect too many changes. I do think it's going to have to come down to hole number 18.
All the way to the end. And it's just about time for our leading ladies to take the course.
Free and clear up there. We're free and clear. I'll just wait till you guys get any scores.
Kristen Tatar could be the first European player with back-to-back Pro Tour events. And Valerie Jenkins, what do you think about that?
I think the odds are very good at this point. Kristen did a great job in round 1 and round 2. 7 under, followed by a 6 under, and she has a commanding lead going into round 3.
All right, we ready to rock? All right, everybody, we are going to send off our lead card in SBO. Welcome up to the tee. First from Ternu, Estonia, Kristen Tatar.
Kristen has just been putting on a showcase ever since she arrived in the U.S. Worlds was her debut event, and not an easy one to start out with. And she continues to dial in her game each tournament that she plays. She's coming off a win at D-Glow, and I'd love to see back-to-back.
Her first shot's a good one.
From West Bend, Wisconsin, please give it up for Haley King.
have to say, I mean, Kristen Tatar having such a great lead, she cannot sit comfortably until that final putt is in the basket. You have gunners like Haley King, Sarah Holcomb, and Paige Pierce on the card with you today, and I have no doubt that they're trying to get some redemption on this course.
From Caldwell, Idaho, give it up for Sarah Holcomb.
Sarah's currently 4 under for the tournament. We haven't seen her come out shooting a string of birdies as we have on other players on this card and the players that have led their way to the top. Sarah's that consistent player, finds the middle of the fairway, a few more birdies, and she can catch up to Haley.
Over to the left side of the fairway for Holcomb's first drive.
Paige finally making it up to the lead card. Fought her way up 3 spots in yesterday's round. You can see currently she's sitting in -3 for the tournament. She has a lot of room to improve for the talent that Paige has.
And she's getting after it early. Does she find OB? She does.
Not a great start so far.
Back out to number 9. Here's Mattio's second shot.
Matt just going to go to the big air shot here. Beautiful control. Really nice control there from Matt, but still well back. It'll be tough for him to get to the green. Now to Ricky. Gonna go to the roller again here, Jamie. Just a placement shot.
Started curling towards that right side, but has plenty of room on this very large fairway.
The only concern here on the second shot, and this is mainly for Eagle McMahon, is an OB that creeps in on the left. There is an OB down there. This is perfect from Paul. Dead center again for Paul here. This is going to leave them all about 380 feet to the pin. So still a lot left here. Again, 1,499 feet.
Now Eagle McMahon's second shot.
Eagle's done a good job on the first 2 days at avoiding that OB. I'm worried here. Wow, and just close to it, but inbounds and a great shot.
Now to the chase card. We saw that big shot from Conrad. Here's where he landed.
And this is the one we were talking about. He really needs. James Conrad. Fantastic putt from James.
3 in a row. Starting back on the previous par 5. Needs to jog that one out. He's going to make the turn. Still trying to have a say in the ultimate decision today. Lead card's trying to shake Conrad. They just can't get him off the tail.
Well, and again, depending on what happens, both McMahon, Wysocki, Macbeth, Matteo a little bit out of range here for the birdie. They're in the range to get the birdie. But James has put one on the card, and now he gets to start his back 9 run. And that's what this tournament's going to come down to. Everything that has happened to this point is just jockeying for position. It's who can play these final 9 holes in the lowest score. And James will be the guy who has that early opportunity to put a little pressure on one of these 3 or 4 guys ahead of him.
We're now going to look at Matteo. Third shot.
Both Barella and Conrad birdied ahead of these guys That makes only 6 birdies on the day here on number 9. Matty going to play it safe.
Cross that creek.
He'll be about 100 feet away from the pin. Pretty easy up and down from over there. After that tee shot, that's about as good as Matt could have done. But look at the distance still left for Ricky. There's an OB creek that runs across the player's vision here between them and the pin. Cannot come up short. Really hanging it out to the right. The crowd likes it. There's a big bunker down there, Jamie.
Yeah, that one's... It's going to be tough to see what he's got left until we get up there. He got some claps, so I'm going to assume that means inbounds.
I would say 90% of the crowd is back behind him. It's going to be tough for them to tell. You can see there's actually nobody up there on the right. Paul, perfect position. Going over stable. How's the ground play? Can he control the speed here?
Wow. He's on the green.
For how steep that was out of his hand, he controlled that angle impressively well.
Macbeth in position to secure the best score on the front 9 out of his lead card comrades. Birdie there will put him at 5 under on the front. Big improvement from yesterday.
And just think, he didn't get one of the easier holes in hole number 1, and he did miss also one of the other easier holes, hole number 8. So other than that, Paul has played about as good as you can.
You're talking about that stretch of holes that you need to play even. He played them 2 down, 4, 5, and 6. Now McMahon's third.
For Eagle, this is an incredibly easy shot. It's just about execution now. The difficulty low.
Good execution score. It'll be a putt off between Macbeth McMahon, outside chance of Ricky. Let's roll ahead to Conrad.
Yeah, Ricky, I think he ended up in that bunker, but yep, up to James here on 10. Not a long par 3, a tricky one, uphill, over OB the whole way. Just inside circle 1 on the short side.
Now live to the putt. Disappointing, especially after the last putt he just made.
Wow, and you could actually see him a little bit perplexed with the wind. Did not think that one was going to drop. It'll be a par for Conrad.
Only saving grace in terms of positioning is that Matty O is not going to birdie this hole. He's just up and down. Should get the par.
You know, Jamie, we were just watching the ladies tee off, and while we have Ricky lining up here, big shout out to Silver Lot. Silver today, who is the partner of Kristen Tatar. He is 10 under par, playing the 18th hole right now, all the way up into 6th place.
Estonia representing. As predicted, Wysocki in the bunker. Almost in the basket.
Frustration from Rick.
Beth back with a share of the lead.
The 7th person today to birdie this hole.
This should be the 8th. He is. Eagle takes the lead back. Matteo for par.
That's a really solid front 9 for Matt Oram, and only a 3 under par front 9 for Ricky Wysocki. Back on Friday, he shot 7 under par on the front 9.
Here is Silver Lot's scorecard. He was 4 under through the front, and then look at that. Rattles off 6 in a row, starting on hole number 12.
And I think this bodes well for Kristen Tatar, because Silver's going to come over and caddy almost immediately after he taps in his 18th putt on number 18 and bring in some good energy over to Kristen on the other side of the course. Nice job by Silver.
Back to 10. Birdie look, Gannon Burr. He's trying to figure this wind out too.
Yeah, you can see this little head crosswind. This is what our lead card will be dealing with here in a moment, and just snaps it up and over that rim.
Sometimes you just have to will it in there. Here's what the top 10 is looking like. As you see, Silver Lot, we just mentioned, he's up in there, tied with Gannon Burr. Saw both of them. Over in FPO, Kristen Tatar 1 over on the first.
Things are already starting to shake up, Jamie. Yeah, Haley King, the only player on the card to get a par. Paige Pierce ended up going bogey again, so she took a double bogey, and bogeys for Sarah Holcomb and Kristen Tatar.
Wow, it's going to be an interesting afternoon. No lead is safe, especially as the women go against the redesigned front 9 out here at the Black Bear layout. The Airborne Preserve, just up the road from the Twin Cities. Now we can go out to number 2, your leader, Kristen Tatar, on the tee.
In previous rounds, Kristen just able to pipe it down the middle. Good recovery. We'll see if she can make this putt. She's been looking strong all weekend.
Back to 10. Lead card MPO. See how they deal with this wind.
Yeah, 10, one of the signature holes. It's a 20-plus foot concrete wall. It is on the short side of this pin. McMahon going to go to the sidearm here. He has to lay it way out over OB. And there is also OB about 30 feet to the right of the pin as well. A little steep and short.
We'd seen him challenge that 20-foot wall in days past. Big correction inside for the final round.
Paul asking for it to stay straight, and that wind really helping him there. Fantastic. Now here on the back 9, we talked so much about how important it's going to be to go low. This course is a shot maker's paradise. I think it's going to be important to be inside circle 1. It's going to be that guy who can dial it up and give himself a lot of short opportunities. Can Maddie do it?
push there. OB creeps in very quickly.
Not a great shot, but yeah, gets the advantage. Okay, Rick to the backhand. Well left. Playing a beautiful shot here from Ricky. That's the shot-making ability that we see from Ricky Wysocki as well as Paul Macbeth. Beautiful shots.
Two different ways to do it. Let's show Ricky. Paul went straight at it. Ricky putting it out left and bending it back.
This is what you live for, playing disc golf, taking slow discs, throwing turnovers, and dialing up the distance beautifully.
Well, that one from Wysocki stuck the landing, and I know Terry Miller's got a great view of it from the VIP seats. Terry, no bogeys on the front for all of our card mates. It's heating up down there.
Yeah, really no surprise with the way these guys are dialed in for this final day. The one thing I'll say is a little surprised. We all know how proficient Ricky Wysocki is with a forehand. So even after seeing a few players go before him, it was shocking to see Ricky not dial it up. Clearly, we don't need to second guess the result as he's closest to the pin and parked, but a little surprised to not see that from Ricky. I'm expecting a full star frame from these guys here on 10.
All right, Terry's calling for a star frame. It's got to start with Matty O.
Well, and if Matty O's able to dial this one in, watch out.
Bang.
This is the Matt Oram we all know and love. So good from just few feet outside the circle. Matty O. He is a real contender, serious contender. Now, Eagle, important birdie putt here for the confidence. Starting his back nine.
Two down, two to go.
Terry Miller, you are the oracle, my friend. Two edge of circle putts. Nothing said they were going to go in. And now two tap-ins, basically, for the others.
Paul makes good, despite the wind shift from what we saw on the chase card a moment ago. It is a star frame to kick off the back nine. Here we go, folks.
And it is a preview of what it's going to take home the Preserve Championship. It is going to be great tee shots, great into the green. You can see strokes gained tee to green here, but you can see that driving as well. 93% eagle, just missing one fairway. But here you go, the leader of the tournament, his C1X putting, 90% versus 83, 74, and 87. But there's just no wiggle room here. You know, this is like coming down the stretch 3 wide, where you can't go outside. If you're on the rail, you just got to try to ride it all the way home, and Eagles got the advantage.
And don't forget, they still can't shake Matty O and James Conrad. They're right there. If this 3-pack has one bad hole, those other two guys are right there in the mix. Over to 2. Tatar looking for birdie.
Haley King was completely out of position for birdie, so here's a chance for Kristen to get that stroke back from 1, and the putts aren't dropping. Of course, just 2 holes in, but she needs to get that putter dialed up.
She does have a big lead, but it's no guarantee. It could end up like with the MPO card right now.
And this is a game-changing par 3. Again, if you're just joining us on YouTube, hole number 11 this year is shortened slightly, but is now a par 3 versus a par 5, or excuse me, par 4 from last year, but 525 feet. We've seen Ricky go to the roller. We saw McMahon go to the sidearm yesterday, and they've been able to pick up at least one birdie through the first 2 rounds. But this is a little bit of a wiggle room hole right here, Jamie, at 525.
Yeah, this is right at the edge of golf distance, unless you have that wind aid. We saw the roller go so far past yesterday in the tailwind.
Yeah, and a little bit of a tailwind today. McMahon just blew our minds yesterday with the 525 sidearm. He was about 15 feet short. Let's go into it again. There's only one person in the world that's got this, and it's this guy right here. No, low. And he just worm burns it low and left, and it cuts over to the right side of the fairway.
It's an easy up and down, but it's clearly not what he wanted.
That's an adrenaline miss there for Eagle.
Everybody trying to get in on the action. Paul Macbeth.
Paul just going to the air. He as well did this yesterday. Jamie, look at that shot.
In the circle.
It was hole 11 yesterday that shot. He's the only guy birdieing it with the air shot on the backhand side. It started his run. He streaked birdies all the way to 18. That was huge from Paul. He is within 15 feet on that right side.
That side door, not the recommended route. He gets it anyway. Matty O.
Looks a little too cutty here.
Trying to stand it all the way up.
It's going to go long. It's not going to stand up. Still a good shot from Matt. It'll be just a chip for a par. Remember, elevated basket here. Let's see if Ricky can dial up the proper angle. This looks to be a better angle, but how's the distance? He's got to use the flip to slow him down. Here it comes.
Or just hit it. Rolls over the stump. Tough putt. We saw Paul Macbeth's result. Let's see what he thinks of it.
Again, one of the only guys in the field that is going with this backhand air shot. And the GOAT, he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, back to the front nine. Paige Pierce, low side of the green on 3.
She's 3 over through 2 holes. This is Paige for birdie. And it's a big one. High to the left, but she sticks it. I think that's a breath of fresh air for Paige because she's been struggling since the tee shot on hole 1. Of course, so much room to get up, and she can do it. She needs a little confidence boost, and hopefully that putt did the job.
Yesterday it was a massive outside circle putt on that same hole to kind of kickstart the round. So Paige Pierce definitely going to have to get it in gear. She's 12 back of the lead right now. This man currently leading the men's division. Chips it in the circle.
Not home quite yet, but the home of live disc golf is right here on the Disc Golf Network.
Get your subscriptions now. We're in the middle of 4 weeks, 4 tournaments. Coming up next week, we've got the Ledgestone Insurance Open, followed immediately by the Idlewild. You don't want to go anywhere, folks. See every moment live as it happens. Subscribe today, discgolfnetwork.com.
The disc of Matt Oram. And from this distance, I think it would be smart for Matty to just lay it up. There's really no reason to put yourself in a tough position here for making par. You got the leader of the tournament making par, so you're not going to lose any to him. You know Macbeth's in close. Wysocki out there at the edge of the circle. I think it would be smart for Matt to just chip this one up there and move his eyes to hole number 12. About 80 feet, maybe 75.
Let's chip it right up. And if my math is right, that means he threw a 600-foot roller.
Now, Rick, this is a full send for Ricky.
Oh, he's just fine here. Oh, but he leaves it short. That one's going to eat at him.
That is now 3 putts in a not in a row today.
Consequential.
In this final round that he has left short. 3 today. It's a tough putt for Eagle.
That one to keep McMahon at 29 under par. As Macbeth now with a very good chance to get himself a share of the lead. Of course he does. That's why he's the 5-time.
He joins 9% of the men's field today, birdieing that hole. Good birdie there from Macbeth, and a frustration. That's frustration from Ricky.
Most certainly.
I think it's important for Ricky right now to just put that behind him. He has to focus on what's ahead, not what was behind.
Let's go over to 12. Conrad in a little bit of trouble on a very short hole. This is for par from circle 2.
And look at that wind coming off the Mississippi River right behind the basket from circle 2.
Saves it. Quality putt there from Conrad.
That saves not only the par, but his tournament.
We're seeing Gannon Burr take advantage of Conrad not being able to convert the birdie on 12. He's now tied for 4th with Matty Oram.
And Gannon, over the last 6 holes, is 5 under par. So nice job by the young man, Gannon Burr, taking a 1-shot lead over his card mate, James Conrad.
Here is Conrad on 13.
James now into a tie with Silver. Silver did go on to birdie 18, 11 under par for his final round. Ezra Aderholt put up an 11 in his final round as well.
Gavin Rathbun backhanding it. He's been having a tough day today. You can see this little stretch of holes. The next tee pretty close to the previous basket, so lead card again showing good etiquette.
So 330 feet. It's a mid-range or a putter for these players, and it's just a flip up. You want to put a little bit of hyzer on it out of your hand and flip it straight. It's all about distance control.
I'd say that's distance control on display.
The mistake here is hitting early. There's that big tree on the left side of your screen. If you leave it early out of your hand, that does come into play, or overplaying it and hitting on the right.
Eagle swinging it in. He's on the dance floor.
Yeah, Eagle taking an overstable mid and throwing it hard. Just goes to show you that there's not a lot of wiggle room here on the back nine. Maddie needs a good one.
Good dodge. That was right where he's standing. He's right there. That's close. Now Ricky sitting one back.
Rick needs a bullseye here. And that'll be the bullseye.
Paul McBeth's going to show you textbook distance control on this hole, as he is now in a share of the lead and his mind not planning on letting go.
And with this shot, Paul McBeth telling you pars are not going to be good enough. I was 8 under on these 8 holes yesterday. Got to keep up.
Head to 13. Saw Rathbun's tee shot. This is the birdie putt. He says, "Thank you, basket. Good catch."
Rathbun, not the best day. That was only his second birdie on the card versus 1 bogey, so only 1 under today. This is Conrad.
Conrad's birdie.
Now Burr, this is for 4 in a row.
He's got 4 in a row. He's got 6 out of the last 7. Cannon Burr trying to be right there on the outside of that podium. Yeah, star frame. Great putt by Barella. Matteo just got to get his footing here. Not much distance on this.
The only thing Matt cannot do here is leave it short. You just got to pop it into those chains.
You hear him cheering.
When the nerves start to elevate, the putts start to fall short. Matty able to just get that one over the front rim. He'll stay in it to win it, but McMahon here for birdie. The other 2 in very close.
Yeah, great point. These putts are all about nerves. They did the work off the tee. these guys are feeling any nerves right now. They're sure not showing it. Another star frame. Star frame for the chase on 13. Star frame for the lead on 12. And it just feels like you have to get everything from here on in, as our co-leaders have now broken the 30 under par mark. Heard some 34s, 36s bandied about as the predicted score to win is tracking pretty well.
Well, we did ask that question to tournament director and course designer Cale Leiviska. He said 35 under wins. This was back on Thursday, by the way. 35 under wins, maybe 36. That's pretty good from Cale. We are very close to those numbers.
Yeah, he's within one.
I think 37 might actually get it with an eagle on 18, but we will see.
I mean, that is all birdies and an eagle from here on out to go to 37. Pretty much ice it without something going viral. Let's just say it. Somebody gets to 38, we're going viral today, folks. Beth on 13.
Great. How's the ground play?
It's like he's listening. Just right there.
That'll be a nervy putt, though. The wind comes across this basket there, so that'll be a crosswind putt for Macbeth. Not parked.
Short there from McMahon. He's going to test the putter as well.
And that'll be a nervy headwind putt.
Advantage Paul. Mario following Beth half the distance away.
Rick going to be sitting on the back of the pad. Had to watch all four of those shots. Makes the adjustment. And it is a park job for Ricky. This is what Ricky needs as we come down the stretch.
Leaning on that hillside, but we got to get you back out to FPO. Kristen Tatar getting in a little bit of trouble here.
She's in a perfect position here from her drive. She has to throw it in that tight wooded hallway. See, hits early. She continues on, misses her par putt, while Haley King taps in that birdie. Haley King makes up 2 strokes on this one hole. The lead is now cut to 5.
Wow. 2 strokes have been cut into Kristen Tatar's lead in the first 4 holes. They still have the toughest one, number 5, coming up.
Kristen Tatar has yet to feel any pressure. The first 2 rounds, she's just guided her way along, leading the pack. All of a sudden, things looking a little shaky. She's had 3 holes where she's 2-putted. This is not what we've seen out of Kristen Tatar as of the last 2 weekends. So putting really becoming a struggle for Kristen.
Might be shaping up for a Tatar King bout. Right now, it's McMahon. Little wind shift here, Nate.
Yeah, a little crosswind here. And the Mississippi River to the right of McMahon. Still a little into the head here. He was making these yesterday.
Sticks it.
He commented after his round how that putter really got him into the flow as he came down the stretch, and had it not been for a huge error on number 17, he would have played that back 9 almost perfectly. Now Macbeth, this is a nervy putt as well.
20 feet out. Bit of a left to right for him.
Putts are so nervy because you know one small miss can cost you the tournament at this point.
2 star frames in a row for the lead card. Boat race is on as we jump ahead to number 14. We've got Gannon Burr. Second shot dealing with the right side tree line.
Yeah, but he got a lot of distance. Look how close he is to the basket here. I mean, it's a long, it's a sidearm here, but not that much distance, and he handles it well.
He's trying to stay in this conversation.
Yeah, inside circle there for Burr. Just like we expected. Really no movement in the top 4.
It's about, only a couple more holes and you got to start thinking more about jockeying for top 5 rather than top 3. Conrad's in that conversation. He could get a birdie to go to 27 under right now.
Absolute must make if he has any chance of winning. That will dash the hopes of James Conrad. But with that being said, just like you said, Jamie, a lot of opportunity here for a high finish, DGPT points. It all leads to the finals in October. So that's the thing about the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Yes, there's a few people that only care about first place, but everybody else has to worry about points and place, and that's important.
Beth's overturned it.
Doesn't like it.
It's going to be a problem.
It'll all come down to how he entered. Did he penetrate? Did he stay on the edge? Does he have a shot similar to what we saw from Burr? Only time will tell. McMahon going to go to the sidearm here. This is all about control for Eagle. Just wants one in the middle.
This feels like a safe play.
Guaranteed is the safe play.
He'll try to get it done on the upshot. He's found center fairway.
That's a long way back with a very difficult green, but he's not in the trees. Now, Macbeth, it's almost like it's a possibility that birdie's out of the picture. So I think McMahon's smart play here. Matty, absolutely no room for error.
Uh-oh.
Check the left OB here.
Oh, and that's out of bounds early. That might be the bow from Matty Oram. He knows it.
There's no drop zone, so it'll be last place in bounds.
Saki's got it low, but it's just fine.
Yeah, that was a smart play from Rick. Kept it low.
Here's where Gannon Burr got to, nice and close.
This is a chance for Gannon to pass Matt Oram, who at best is going to par here.
We keep trying to say that it's going to be a 3-horse race, and there's just one person that keeps hanging around right behind those 3. And now it's Gannon Burr, for really the first time by himself today. Well, let's check out the hole. We just saw the drives, number 14.
Yep, here hole number 14, par 4, 697 feet. You see that bridge and cart path on the left? That is all OB. On the right, it's the Mississippi River. So you got to get all the way through to find any OB out there. But really, that wall of trees on the right does really dash your chances at birdie. Right around now is where both Wysocki and McMahon landed. And you can see it's a long way still to the pin. Not that they can't reach it, but distance control going to be so important as we get up to our green here. If you leave it 33 feet short, you are going to be looking at a death putt. If you're 33 feet long, you are down a very steep slope behind this pin. Love this hole, one of the signature holes here on the back nine. Great pin positioning here by Cale Leiviska.
It's such a simple design, and it just works so well.
And it's one of the really cornerstones of Cale's mentality here at the Preserve. Let Mother Nature paint the picture. And even though, of course, we have a cart path here on the left, Mother Nature painting that picture on the right side, lining that fairway. You cannot be in the right. We'll find where Macbeth here is in a moment.
We'll just frame the cart path out of that picture, and it's all good. Matty O, third throw. Needs to swing.
And a lot of heat for Matt. He's going to be well long of the pin.
One time you don't want to make the camera operator spin.
So it was not good fortune for Paul. You can see just a few feet off of where Gannon Burr was. Actually, Burr just about 12 feet up there by that tree.
Paul's conceding the pitch out here.
Knowing Paul, he's not.
Okay.
I would say for him, you know, he's always trying to find the littlest gap, the littlest opportunity, give himself that 40 or 50 footer. Is it even possible here? We don't know that. The one thing, the mistake he cannot make is going to the opposite side of the fairway and finding OB.
Fought his way out, but still has to deal with that main challenge of that runaway green. Now McMahon to take advantage. Try to get back solo possession of the lead.
Not great. Not great at all. Short and right. Door wide open for Ricky. A park job here. A lot of stress on these other two players.
Just feels like Eagle's thinking about it. Thinking, not throwing. Now Ricky suddenly with the opportunity. Oh, a bad reaction off the ground. He gets no forward carry. Well, pump the brakes, folks.
Plot thickens. Macbeth may not lose his stroke at all. Those two guys have tough putts. Paul just needs to get this one in close. Doesn't want a long par putt.
Yeah, it's a decently long par putt. I'm not going to say he can't make that. That's very makeable, but...
Brilliance here on number 14 by the course designer. This pin sitting up there, perched. These are the three best players in the world, and it got into their heads. But you know whose head it did get into? It was Gannon's.
Gannon with the birdie on that one. Now gets to unleash one on 15. He chooses to play a quality shot.
Yeah, he didn't really unleash it, but he put it right in the middle. He's going to be able to attack that green, and a birdie is in the cards there for Burr. Burr on a run of 5 in a row. Out of the last 8 holes, he has birdied 7 of those 8.
Really playing patient golf. Just taking those birdies when he can. Eagle,
layup.
that was a layup. Yep.
Just a layup from McMahon. And we know Kale's out watching. He's got to be smiling.
I can't fault him for that layup. Look what Wysocki's got. He's got a birdie. Ricky Wysocki back with a share of the lead.
Ridiculous. Ricky Wysocki, and watch the jump. And he loves it. That might be the boost that Ricky needs. He needs to go over there and slow his heart rate down right now. He still has a lot of really difficult shots to make, but that was unprecedented because now Macbeth may bogey. McMahon nestled up under the pin, but if Macbeth makes the putt, it's a three-way tie. Matty-O, the final. I mean, he needs this one. That will end it for Matty.
You hate to see it.
I said it yesterday.
Aren't in his favor.
I said it yesterday. Just so proud of Matt. He came out here. He's grinded all 3 rounds out on our featured card. Now, Paul Macbeth, very important par. Edge of circle 1.
Of course. Of course he makes it. 3-way tie, folks. 4 to play.
That putt so much more difficult than even Wysocki's because it was for par. Wow, a little hesitation here from Eagle, but in the basket.
Got his mind right. Who'd have thought hole 14 provides so much drama? It just seems like it's right there.
I can't wait to go to the preserve and just play the course. This course is amazing. And Ricky Wysocki is amazing as well.
Is that a Raptor hop?
It's a Raptor hop, but I'm telling you, Ricky needs to bring down that heart rate right now. You have to build off this energy, but you got to bring down that adrenaline because you can make an error if you use too much of it. And here are the statistics for Ricky Wysocki. They've gone down just a little bit from where they were after day 1, but strokes gained total, 20 strokes on the field.
What I don't see is strokes gain putting for Wysocki. So really notable the way he's put himself back in contention here. Somebody trying to stay in contention. 6 straight for Gannon Burr now. Solo 4th.
Moments like this for Gannon are just so great towards building his career. Chasing down guys from the chase card. That's what you live for.
Intel from the ground. How about this for some intrigue? Paul Macbeth tailing Terry Miller that he threw the wrong disc off of 14's tee.
Interesting. I'm not going to say I've never seen it happen, but it happens very rarely that somebody would throw the wrong disc.
Evidently they look very similar, and he just grabbed the flippy one instead of the stable one.
Yeah, I always mark the tops with numbers. 1, 2, 3 if it was if they were the same disc. All right, Rick here. Look, 15, not a challenging tee shot whatsoever. It's more or less just dialing in the second shot, getting yourself close. It's a tricky green, a lot of slope.
It's got to be one of the best drives we've seen on 15 all weekend. It's riding high on that momentum now. Macbeth hopefully got the right disc.
And that one's going to be well off to the left. Not really a big problem. Being that far to the left, you do bring in one tree that you have to go around.
Only Circle 1X putt Eagle missed yesterday on his legendary run was on this hole. He found himself at the bottom of the hill. He's going to try to put himself in good position today.
A smash.
Get him.
He is going to fly past Ricky's disc.
I'm going to fly past the cameraman again. That is the best shot. Now Matty O.
Matt's run at the title is over, but it's never too late to make the crowd cheer, and I guarantee you Matt is going to do that all the way to the finish.
Let's have fun for the next 3 holes. 4 holes here, and the best 3 in the world right now. This is what you want to see. Some great putting. Back on the 10th. Right after Matty O hit, Eagle made good on his birdie.
Then it was the amazing tee shot on 11 by Macbeth, and then the one here on number 12, a park job. And then it was Wysocki out the gap on 13. Jamie, it's the 3 best players in the world and 4 holes to play. But it wouldn't be a tie without action like this. Ricky from distance.
He's just the best from Circle 2.
He really is. And Paul from Circle 2 as well.
Paul's mad that I said that right now. Had to make that putt. Back to the stats. The world's best. Each doing it in a little bit of a different way. Eagle McMahon actually leading the Circle 1X putting.
Well, it's interesting because the Circle 1X putting, that's 76% from Paul and 83% from Wysocki, is one of the reasons why they're not in the lead. Had they putted like McMahon, they would have a 1 to 2 shot lead because both of those men have missed putts. But all statistics aside, remember last year it came down to 18. An eagle was needed by Nico LaCastro to take home the 1-stroke victory over 2 other competitors. Is that what it's going to take today? Yesterday, McMahon eagled 18. Wysocki pars it in a really bad way. Macbeth missed a 20-footer. It's very possible that we're lining up for a playoff. We will find out. Matty O from middle of the fairway. There's that one tree I'm talking about. It's got to just navigate around. It's going to take the left side here. Smart angle here to this green. A little bit of heat for Matty there.
Rick's going to go forehand into the green. Leaves it at the bottom of the hill.
Yep, smart play. You do want that uphill putt here on number 15. Mind you, last year, none of these 3 players were factors. They were all in the tournament. But it was a tie between Calvin Heinberg and Emerson Keith that LaCastro popped out of. With that eagle on the tee. Great shot.
Now McMahon, look how far up the fairway he is.
Not great there. That's not an easy putt. Side hill slope with the tree right there for McMahon.
He's so close. It was an awkward distance for him. Do I jump putt approach? Do I throw the upshot with more of a traditional arm swing? Nevertheless, man's been putting very well today and throughout the whole weekend, and Again, we're coming down to the end of this one, folks, and no clue who's going to win at this point.
The only player of the top 4 to be perfect on the back 9 is Gannon Burr.
Here's Matteo. Just shy of the top of the hill, going back down. He's going to have a bit of a left to right, maybe a little bit of a tail in there too. Now eagle. He's in. I was surprised to see eagle putt before Ricky. To my eye, Ricky looked further away, but maybe from a different angle. Yeah, he's nice and close.
And a really solid putt there from Ricky. Again, uphill putt. He had missed 3 putts in today's round short. That one in the heart of the trees. And Beth could do the same. So not a star frame, but a star frame for our leaders.
Let's go see the man in 4th. Gannon Burr. Here he is on the 16th green. He's looking for birdie. This would move him to 30 under.
And for 7 in a row.
Pops it in.
I think to play well here at the Preserve, you have to understand the course designer. Cale Leiviska plays with so much energy and really confidence, and Gannon Burr clearly confident here on this back 9.
Started his run back on the par 5 7th. Really hasn't let up since. Eagle McMahon-esque from moving day. FPO action on 6. Kristen Tatar.
We have had some action, Jamie. You said it right. They just finished up the hardest hole in the course, hole 5. Kristen Tatar takes a stroke on everyone with a bogey. The hole playing as the hardest, and actually nobody in the field got a par on hole 5.
Well, Tatar is about to try to get a birdie back, take more strokes on 6. Haley King.
Hole 6 is just short of 400 feet. Really requiring so much distance to get up to the basket, and they really have to be accurate to hit the tunnel.
Accurate's not how I would describe the shot by Haley King. The course getting the better of our FPO competitors in the toughest stretch. We'll get back to them in just a little bit. Here's Wysocki on 16. Wind going to play a factor here, Nate?
A little bit. The wind has been down yesterday, much more wind than what Ricky's looking at right now. In fact, if you look at the flags well out there to the right on your TV screens at home, almost dead still. Not much movement, just a little bit. 402 feet straight away. Ideally 15 feet long of this pin where Gannon Burr was is perfect. Rick going extremely overstable and finding the front part of the green. That's why you can't leave it short. He rolls away, and that's a tough putt there. I mean, we're talking millimeters here. It's going to come down to the smallest details.
These guys wouldn't have it any other way. Now Paul to try to get in closer.
I would expect Paul to go a little lower and actually a little bit straighter. Yeah, you see he's lower here, playing it a little bit flatter. And he finds the last tree and rolls out right by Wysocki. And now the wind really kicking up here for McMahon. Eagle has not done well here off the tee. He's made some great putts on 16, but he's left it short the last 3 times he's played it. That crosswind's got it. Comes in short, and it's going to roll away on the other side. So brilliant design from Kale. All 3 of our competitors unable to find circle 1 here on 16.
Eagle's going to have a really tough look. I mean, he's putting right back up that hill into a headwind. Matty Oram.
This could light the crowd on fire, but that crosswind.
Look at this. Tries to sit it. The wind looked like it was going to pick it back up again.
So for the first 2 guys, the wind was down, and for the last 2, it really picked up. And here's our flyover. As I said, 402 feet, 38% of the field taking birdies here. All of the competitors today went with really overstable discs, really wide, and that crosswind really captured it. Wysocki actually probably did about the best that he could with what he had. He just didn't get it to come up that hill, bouncing backwards. Macbeth catching this right-hand tree, and Wysocki well off to the left. These tailwind putts coming up and dealing with these low branches could be really difficult for Wysocki and Macbeth.
We'll get back out to 16 in a moment. Over on 6, Kristen Tatar.
After 2 bogeys, 4 and 5, this is where her drive landed for a birdie on hole 6. Nice to see a putt go in for Kristen.
And now Eagle McMahon.
Jamie, look at the angle for McMahon. That tree, that pine tree, is in the worst possible place, and it's actually leaning a little to the right. It might force Eagle to try a turnover putt here.
I mean, can he even turn it over into the wind he's facing? Look, a little shift here. Less of a head.
Yeah, more of a cross.
Looks like he's going around the right side of that tree, maybe? It's hard to tell.
I think he's trying to nose up float.
Oh my goodness. He will not be denied.
That is so sick. He did go with the nose up float to the right of the tree. Incredible. Now Macbeth, remember, you're coming up this hill. Branches, a little bit of a factor here. Remember, tailwind drops these putts. Oh, and it's a cross. We'll call it swirly. Macbeth for birdie. Did you notice? He did catch a little branch there.
That was on line.
That was on line. That branch just took it out of the way. Now Rick, he's going to try to pile drive this one in there. Branch is not as much of a problem, a little bit closer to the basket.
Got it. He knew it out of his hand. McMahon, Wysocki, 33. Macbeth one back.
Yeah.
2 to play.
This is what you live for as a professional disc golfer. for Matt Oram. It'll be a par for Macbeth. We're coming to the shortest hole on the course, just 243 feet.
Before we get there, though,
let's take a look at it again.
We got to see it one more time.
Of course. Look at this. McMahon, terrible position, well outside circle one. Goes with the floaty nose up and barely over the front rim. Fist pump there from McMahon. And then it was Wysocki. A lot easier of a putt, actually. And he pile drives it there on the left side of the chains.
He just knew it. He knew it was good.
Yeah, I've gotten used to not even looking at the disc. I just watch Ricky, and he tells me everything that I need to know. 33, 33, 32. And it might only be an eagle on 18 that could save Macbeth. Let's swing over to Gannon Burr for 8 straight here, Jamie.
He's got a circle 2 look. Again, wind picking up. Just in time for the finish.
Another tricky green OB beyond for Gannon, and he lays it up. What a smart play for the young man. He cannot win the tournament, but fourth place, is a very real possibility. Now here we are, 243 feet. The first half of the hole is dead straight down this corridor. Cannot go right, cannot go long. He is safe. Tough putt from back there. Circle's edge, elevated, and wind. Yesterday, McMahon bogeyed. He has not gotten out of the gap in the last 3 attempts, all the way back to last year.
Just can't figure this one out.
And I do want to give a correction. Yesterday he got out of the gap with a sidearm but went OB. And that's now 3 of the last 4 not getting out of the gap. Wow. It's going to be just a layup for Eagle. Now, can Paul take advantage? First, Matty.
No stress for Matty O now. It's all fun. Paul Macbeth.
He's got to have it. And with where the other 2 guys are, he may be back in a tie on the 18th tee pad. Gonna go ground play here. Smart move from Paul, keeping it low, using the ground to his advantage.
Watch Paul's reaction here.
And after watching what Ricky did, he knew to keep it low. It's a drought here in Minnesota. Keeps it low. All ground play. He knows it's good.
The Eagles just going to have to pitch up.
And not an easy pitch up, mind you. Breezy, elevated basket. Smart move, handles it beautifully. Jamie, over the last 4 attempts for Eagle McMahon back to the final round of 2020, he went with a backhand in the final round here on 17. The first 2 rounds here in 2021 going with a sidearm. He went OB yesterday, today back to the backhand. 17 could cost Eagle McMahon this title.
And Ricky gonna go find out what he has left to deal with.
Elevated, gusty breeze into the head off the left.
Got the legs right in there. He's got his lead back.
That putt on 14 has energized Ricky Wysocki. McBeth to stay one back. Yes, he is going to tie McMahon. But that putt on 14, it really has just given Ricky everything he needs right now.
He's riding that adrenaline. He'll have the advantage going into the final hole. All right, everybody, take a breath. The moment we've been waiting for all weekend is here. It happened last year. This place just sets up for drama down to the very end. Well, here's how it played in the first 2 rounds. Wow, easiest in round 1. Middle of the pack round 2. Look at that differential between just 24 hours apart.
Yeah, and you can see the eagle percentage, 14% versus 5% yesterday. Today, even lower. Only 3 players have taken eagle here on number 18. And it is what both McBeth and McMahon need. Now, of course, they're the best players in the world to try to get an eagle when they need it. As these players wait, they have some guys out in the fairway here, Gannon Burr's group. Here's the situation. Yesterday, Ricky Wysocki making a huge error. 24 hours later, he is going to get an opportunity to rectify that error. If you're Ricky Wysocki, there's 2 options that you're not going to be able to make until after the tee shot. Are you going to go to the eagle, the big shot, try to get the eagle, slam the door shut, or are you going to play it for birdie and force the other 2 to make something happen? Only Ricky knows that answer, but he has gone through this yesterday.
Well, while they're waiting, let's go ahead to Gannon Burr. He's in a good position here off this tee. I would expect he goes for this. Trying to read his body language to see.
He is well back. He played very safe. Remember, McMahon has been on the golf green that is about 180 feet ahead of Burr. And he is going to go. That disc better be overstable, which it is. It's starting to come back.
Going for the safer side. Requires less of a carry the further out right you go.
Yeah, it really does tighten down the 2 points of connection between the land. I mean, we have seen some real drama. Think about Vegas. McMahon dominated with that group. And now we are here in the middle of the summer. The domination is all gone. And these guys have ridden it to the final tee.
And you can think back to the Portland Open just a couple of events ago. Paul McBeth from the chase card on the 18th trying to have a say in what happened before Eagle McMahon pulled that one out. Think back to the Texas part of the tour where Ricky Wysocki was just unmatched in terms of what he was able to do with the putter. Shades of what he's done today.
Well, I tried yesterday to throw it in a second shot because I thought.
He's talking about 17. Let's go back and check it out.
I mean, this is from a different angle from behind the pin here. Rick knows he needs it for the one-shot lead, and bang, he puts it right in the heart of the chains. Remember, earlier in the day, he missed 3 short, but from 14 through 17, Ricky has been nothing but perfect.
Playing with his heart on his sleeve.
Now this is standard Ricky Wysocki. Ricky will always go ahead of the tee, remove himself from the group. go back to last year on number 18. The wind does play some tricky games here over the water. Calvin Heinberg, one of the biggest throwers, almost not making it over last year.
Here's Barella's shot from the fairway. That's not a Nico land. If he was able to stay in bounds. I mean, I can feel the tension right now. Paul's smiling, but you just feel the pressure in this moment.
Paul is smiling because this is what he lives for. This has become the normal for Paul McBeth, being in the chase, in the hunt, in front of the crowds. Now Ricky, can he put the foot down and put a good one in the fairway?
Left. That's similar to where he was yesterday.
Yes, but much further up the fairway. He is at least 50 to 80 feet further up the fairway. That might be the 50 and 80 that he needs. I think it was the smart play by Rick, too, and one they had to do. Keep it safe, keep it way away from that pond. Now, Matty O, he's going to try to pop one out there. A little lofty from Matty, but holding. Nice shot.
Now McBeth to pick his spot.
I think you make a good point with Wysocki, though. What's the decision? He's had a full 24 hours to think about it. Paul, low line drive, an overstable driver, and he does not get back to the fairway. Now he is in bounds. Tough to go for it from there, Jamie.
Wow. That makes Rick's decision a little bit easier. What's Eagle going to do?
First two rounds, McMahon has absolutely smashed his drives. He's got to watch overturning it.
Wow. Yet again, wow. He just takes on the entire water carry.
Folks at home, you have no idea how overstable that disc is. In fact, most of his fans, as well as myself, could never throw a disc that overstable into a headwind and get it to fly as far as Eagle McMahon did. It's in the perfect position. Eagle can now go to the backhand, a hyzer, and he can attack this green to maybe put pressure on Ricky and maybe walk home with the title by himself. Let's take a look at hole 18 from the drone. 43% of the field has taken birdie or better here. Again, only 3 people have taken eagles. This area right here at the bottom of the pond in this taller grass is where McBeth just landed. Wysocki well out to the left, not in a great position. Matteo in the middle of the fairway. Right here to the right is where McMahon just landed. He's going to have a great view, and with any luck for McMahon, he'll actually be able to see the pin because this actually rises up a little bit, and the further you go, the better you have a chance to see the basket. Over the water on the second shot or the third, depending on how you play it. And then this beautiful placement of this basket. This bunker in the front, very difficult to make putts out of. Ricky made a big one for par yesterday, up to Conrad.
A little stress relief Conrad for you. Finishes her tournament with a great par save.
James Conrad, that will put him in a solo 6th place position. He'll be 1 stroke ahead of Barella. And he's currently 1 stroke behind Matt Oram. Gannon Burr has an opportunity for a birdie up here on 18. Just getting everybody into position. Here's Ricky. Now Ricky with the laser out.
He's going to do it again. He does not want to leave it to chance.
At least he knows the mistake he made, which was putting it way too high. He went way too high. He needs to power this one out to the right, kind of out where Gannon Burr went, and swing it back. Get in bounds is step number 1 for Ricky. There's Paul.
I mean, this has to be just well, it doesn't have to be. He's further up the bank. He's out of the tall grass.
He is. That's the first step, but man, look at the slope. Look at the slope that Paul Macbeth is dealing with here.
This is just an ankle breaker if he's really going to put full rip on this.
Yeah, you'll notice Paul will actually take a little bit of a side angle as he attacks his mini. So he's a little bit off to the right here. And what he's doing here, because of the uphill slope, he's coming up the hill and pulling across his body to try to get the maximum out of the shot. Here it is, Paul Macbeth going for an eagle. There's that pull.
Safely across.
Phenomenal shot. Not many people in the world could execute that shot. He's not parked, but he does have a chance to make that.
Look at the wind on the flagstick. There's not much of it. It is a little left to right from this perspective here.
Oh, this is just smashed by Matt. So pretty. Nice shot from Matt Oram. Now for Rick. He's much closer than he was yesterday, Jamie.
All we can do is hold our breaths.
Does lightning strike twice for Ricky Wysocki? It's going to be the big hyzer.
He's not even considering the layup.
He just cannot balloon it. It's got to have power. That's the mistake we expected. Way out to the right.
He's out to the right.
I think a great shot. I think a great shot for Ricky. He's inbounds. It now puts the pressure square on McMahon to get the eagle.
Well, they've dared him. Paul and Rick have just dared eagle to put it close.
Yesterday, we thought eagle completely out of position, comes up with a miracle sidearm, absolutely parks it for an eagle. Eagle McMahon, you got one chance. We're going to give Wysocki the birdie. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. He needs his namesake.
A long attempt. A moment ago, Gannon Burr was ahead on the green.
Boy, better than just a chance. That's a tap-in for Gannon Burr. 8 under par on the final 9 holes.
Really phenomenal performance.
Congratulations, young man. That is a 4th place finish on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. And the only 3 that beat you are the 3 best players in the world. He's currently the 40th ranked player in the world. Nice job for Gannon.
Gannon Burr, 40th in the world. Best finish on tour. Let's take a look at the FPO scenario here. Val, what's happening?
Well, since we last caught up with Kristen, she cashed that birdie on hole 6. She got a par on 7, and that meant she got 2 strokes back on Haley King. So still well out in the lead. And we're heading toward the middle of the course, and I think Kristen Tatar is almost to her victory lap. Again, can't count it down for sure. We'll catch up with the back 9 with the women here after this exciting finish.
Here they are. Just a couple hundred feet of tournament left.
Now, Rick can give this a cheeky run, but you don't want more than 10 feet. If the wind picks up, it's actually dead still right now. But Macbeth, on the other hand, it can't be a cheeky run. This has got to be a full-on run for Paul. He's going to go to a little run-up here. A little baby run-up.
All or nothing run.
Great effort from Paul. Rick going to go to the jump putt here. I think he's just looking to pop it under the pin. Yep, it's just a layup. It's just a layup. And a good one at that for Ricky. Eagle, he threw a great shot, as we'll see Matteo first. Eagle's shot was great. He just didn't dial in the distance by maybe just 10 feet. Comes up short in this bunker. He's down in that bunker we talked about. Tough to make putts. The footing is very loose, but McMahon's so good at setting his lower body and spinning that putt in. He has the perfect putt to make it here on 18. Matteo first.
Everybody in the state of Minnesota wanted that one to go in. What a send-off from Matty Oren.
Great effort from Matt. And Eagle won't take too much time here. He knows what he needs to do.
To force a playoff, this has to go in.
Very makeable. Inside circle 1, just on the edge. Remember the putt on 16? It was huge. Eagle for eagle.
Just left. A heartbreaker. And that means it's Ricky Wysocki's tournament.
It was a big error from Ricky yesterday, but today he made the proper adjustment. He played the shot well out to the right, which was the safe side. He said, I'm playing it for birdie. Eagle, go get you one. And he was unable to do it. And that was the sound of the putt from Paul Macbeth. It's Paul for birdie. Paul will finish in solo 3rd place. 3 under par. McMahon at 34, Mario. He will finish at 30 under par.
Let's go, dude. Thanks for the support, dude. Yeah. Ricky Wysocki, champion. First of all, how does it feel?
Amazing. I mean, after yesterday, there was basically like 2 rounds that felt like the final round, so the pressure was insane. We got this insane Minnesota gallery here. It's the environment's totally made out here. Kale did a great job, and I'm on a high. I played solid down the stretch, and that's, I got it done.
This is the first time we've seen you lift the trophy in an Elite Series event since back in April. That's got to feel like a long time for you.
Yeah, it's been I played well in Jonesboro and Texas States, and kind of had a little took some time off, I guess, from competing for wins. But I'm back, and I missed some putts, and I faced adversity. I think that that's the biggest thing. I just stayed in the hunt the whole tournament. I never fell more than 1 back, and good things happen when you just stay in the hunt and give yourself a chance to win.
Well, and speaking of that adversity, last night you went to bed not knowing if you'd be maybe co-champion or if you'd have to come out here and win it outright. You've answered that, but what were you thinking when you went to bed last night and as you saw the news this morning?
I was prepared to play no matter what. Obviously, I always want to have a chance to solo win. I think that's a great feeling. I don't. There's been 2 or 3 round majors at the USDGC before with rain and delays like that. So, it's happened before. But overall, like I said, I'm just so pumped. Great week. These Minnesota galleries, amazing. Thank you guys. Yeah.
We're just 2 weeks into a very long stretch here on the Pro Tour. What kind of momentum, your favorite word, what kind of momentum does that carry into these next couple of weeks?
Raptor legs, dude. It carries some Raptor legs momentum. I hit some awesome putts down the stretch of the tournament that kept me in the hunt and kept me ahead. So the putter was hot when it needed to be. I think situationally that's the most important thing. I missed some putts early, but situationally down the stretch when I needed to make them, I did, and I broke out the Raptor legs for the crowd.
So many fans, the support out here. Say something to everybody out there who's watching.
I just want to say thanks to everybody, screaming Raptor legs when I hit a good putt. The crowd's amazing. I think they see the genuine smiles that I bring when I'm playing and competing. I can be a fierce competitor, but I can also wave and smile, and I'm a smiler when I'm not on the disc golf course. So lots of personality coming out, and I'm just happy I can smile and get the win and move on to Ledgestone. This is awesome.
All right, Ricky Wysocki again, champion here at the Preserve. Congratulations.
Thank you, Terry. Let's go.
Yeah, Rick.
In honor of the great Ricky Wysocki, let's see how he did it. This was the big one on 14.
Yeah, it was that putt on 14. He was able to calm himself down, but that putt got him going. This one was on 16. Bang, another big one. He pile drives that one in. The wind was really whipping up, and then here on 17 into the headwind. Man, Ricky Wysocki is such a competitor and such a great putter when it matters. It goes to 18 yesterday when he cashed a huge par out of the bunker. And just a layup is all it took for Ricky to be the champion.
Came down to the 18th hole once again, and I think, we just got to start calling it instant classics when we come out to Kale's place, because what we see year in and year out now, 2 years in a row from the best players in the world, is that they can't shake each other. They each find their own way to get those scores that they need to be in it for this final moment.
Well, and it's really, to me, it's Kale has put together a stadium here for disc golf. He knows what it's like. This tournament reflects Kale Leiviska, and these types of finishes is what Kale has lived for throughout his entire career. Look, today we got to see the 3 best players of this year, of this season, and of really recent time play against each other, go shot for shot for shot, and it's a one stroke separation between the 3. Remember last year, Jamie Thomas, when it was the Ledgestone Insurance Open, Ricky Wysocki said in his post-round interview, Socky Bomb is back. Well, he's been back with vengeance. He's not even recognizable from the Ricky Wysocki I knew when he was a young pup, and we told him to take cash for the first time. Ricky is a true champion. He knows how to do it, and he can do it with a smile, just like he said. Congratulations, Ricky.
Second victory on the Pro Tour Elite Series. He's got a Silver Series in his pocket. He's got a National Tour in his pocket. He's got his eyes on the big major towards the end of the season as well. Phenomenal play. We're going to let Nate take a break, get him his heart rate back down so we can do the OTB after show later. But first, it's close to a Kristen Tatar victory lap, but can Haley King find a way to come out victorious and pull off the upset in Minnesota? Trading Nate for Val in just a moment. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. It's Sunday afternoon on the Disc Golf Network.
Thanks for coming in today. Have fun out there. Let's go.
At Dynamic Discs, we don't just work disc golf, we play disc golf. Be extraordinary, be passionate, be dynamic.
In this game, preparation is everything. It gives you that edge to become something from nothing. Success is not by accident. Because you know, the course plays no favorites. You know what it takes to be the best. In this game, detail matters. Idio Sports.
I started playing disc golf with my family when I was 8 years old. When I was 16, I got my first job as a cook at a bowling alley, and that's when I made my first batch of beef jerky. As I got better at throwing, I also got better at making beef jerky. Everyone told me they loved my jerky. After 15 years of making my beef jerky as a hobby, I decided to make it available to everyone. Double G Craft Jerky. Give it a try. You're gonna love it.
I stuck to my game plan, but it was a little bit of a rough start, I would say. I think the wind was messing with me a bit, but I was like happy that I got some birdies. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to check out Kristen Tatar. She's got a big lead, and she's doing it with shots like this here on the 8th hole.
It was looking a little shaky when she first started today's round. Since hole 6, she's been able to pick it up. She ends up tapping that great drive in for birdie, and this is projected. She's got 10 holes left. She has a 9-stroke lead. We're giving it to her already, but last weekend was her highest career cash. This weekend could be even better.
Wow. It's just, I've overused that word today, but it's just impressive to see the continued elevation of the skill set and just the ability to close out tournaments earlier and earlier. If you think back to Worlds, she was in it. She was in it. She was just a couple steps behind. The putter kept her out of it, and she just found a way to close that gap from behind, take the win last weekend, and now just blows the doors off the place.
And that's kind of the thing you have to assume when you're coming to play competitive disc golf in the U.S. You know these players have been at that high level the entire season. I mean, way back in February and March. And so Kristen, coming into kind of the heat of the season at Worlds, she knew that she had to get her game rolling and she had to get on board quick to elevate her game.
Kristen Tatar looking to be the first European to win back-to-back Pro Tour Elite Series events, and you know that's going to put her on pace with the winningest European on the Pro Tour. Evelina Salonen has 2 wins.
And I have to give a shout out. There's another tournament happening with live scoring on UDisc, Kuopio Open out in Finland. It's well after midnight now. But it was a battle between Evelina and Henna, who I know battle is on. Like we're talking, Kristen Tatar, she continued to compete in Europe, kept her competitive level high, but it's even higher when you get to the States. And I can't wait to see Evelina, Henna join us again here on the tour.
Oh, it'll be a full field fiesta when the Finns can rejoin us. We saw a little help from the cameraman out there. Tatar is safe on that upshot here on the 9th. Now Paige Pierce, this is a great spot to attack this pin from.
Paige also got off to a rocky start. Hole 1 with that double bogey. She has since birdied the last 3 holes, 6, 7, and 8. So that's the best out of the group.
Big swinging hyzer up onto the top shelf.
Paige has been waiting for the light to switch on with her game this weekend. It's been a little lackluster. I mean, statistical, Paige Pierce is always at the top. And this weekend, for some reason, it is just not hitting. Never too late to turn it on. She has made up that deficit on Sarah Hokum, so she's currently in the 3rd place.
Hokum's in a good spot here. You think this one's in her range or just outside?
It's still a lot of distance to get to the pin. I think Sarah would be happy to get inside circle 2 from here.
Her 4th throw.
You saw it pop up in the top of your screen. This hole's over 1,200 feet. It's a par 5. Sarah Hokum making good just outside circle 1.
Just like you predicted. She's got the slight uphill slope. Very attackable putt.
So while we're already predicting that Kristen Tatar should be able to walk this in, who is going to get 2nd place? Haley King at this point, 2 strokes over Paige Pierce in 3rd. Hokum there, not too far behind. I'm expecting to see some jockeying of position. As I mentioned, Paige, she has the momentum. She's starting to turn her game on. It's been 2.5 rounds. She should be warmed up by now.
Beautiful day to play some disc golf as well. Easily the nicest conditions we've seen all weekend. Just thankful to be playing today.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. These players, when they tapped in their putts on 18, they were still unsure if we were going to get to a 3rd round. And now they live to play another day. And thankfully the air's a little bit clearer. And they can breathe a little bit easier.
First shot we'll see from Haley King since the switch over. Little left there. Here is Kristen's shot right by the line. Gonna take her meter in. Yeah, just getting over it. see Kristen jump that often. That tells you distance plus slope.
At this point, Kristen can lay up every single hole for par, and she would be looking good to take it home. See Silver in the back. I'm sure reliving some of his incredible moments from earlier today. Great shooting.
Oh, Holcomb nearly dropping it in from long range. Yeah, Estonia representing well out here in Minnesota. I'm gonna have to learn how to say congratulations in Estonian. I think that's gonna be a common word to use.
We'll ask Google. Paige Pierce for 4 in a row. Hands it. Here we go. Haley King, I'm sure as she started the day, was thinking, all right, I got to put my foot on the pedal to catch Kristen Tatar. Of course, she's always got to be looking in that rearview mirror. Paige Pierce is on a run.
She buries the par putt. Tatar's in for par, no damage done. Well, you mentioned 4 in a row, Val. Let's rewind it back to the beginning of it here. Paige Pierce starting it out on hole 6.
For Paige, if she can get her drives online and give herself opportunities to make birdie putts, that's when she's going to start scoring. If she hits a few putts in the beginning, she gets that confidence, and that can be dangerous for the rest of the field. Fortunately for Kristen, she's got a nice padding, but Paige has really turned it on.
Yeah, a couple dead straight line drives that we saw there to put her in short putt position.
Paige is finding the wood chips on pretty much every one of those drives, making it easier on herself. This putt at distance for birdie, cans it in.
By far the longest look she's had for birdie in that 4-hole stretch. Like you said, it was a little ugly early for 5-time.
It's not impossible for Paige Pierce to come within strokes of Kristen Tatar. I mean, every hole out here from 10 to 18 is birdieable.
Certainly.
Hole 18, Paige can eagle it. So the possibilities are still there, of course, and Paige Pierce would be the player to catch up. So Kristen cannot get comfortable, even though we're now halfway through the course.
Well, let's just play the hypothetical game here. Hypothetically, Kristen Tatar, she's at even for the round. If, that continues out for the back 9, and Paige is able to get everything on the table, she's within 1 or 2. It's got to start right here on 10.
Got to keep that birdie train rolling with this par 3, 269 feet. Plays a little bit farther than that as this fairway slopes uphill. You have to get over that cement wall, get up onto this landing zone. We have that cart path on the right-hand side that can come into play, and anything short is going to be OB.
Paige will be first to throw. Opportunity for 5 straight now, trying to keep that box.
She is looking dialed in. Kristen Tatar needs to match each of those shots. Ooh, getting a lot of wind action, but skips up, nestles inside the circle.
You're right, that wind tried to keep her from coming back in. But her forehand has been such a weapon this weekend.
She's used it on incredible drive. She's used it for flexy technical upshots. She's really feeling confident in it. Tree saved Haley from going out of bounds. Now she'll have a look at birdie. Holcomb has yet to birdie today. Here's a good chance for her. This hole sets up really nicely for the forehand. Playing the full flex.
I have never missed that. Does that count for anything?
Yeah, you take it where it went OB. There's no drop zone or anything like that, so I think you take it up. Right?
Feel for you, Sarah. That one was rough. And we know what was happening earlier was exciting. Here's the lead FPO card watching the broadcast. Looking to see if Eagle McMahon could make the putt to force the playoff. They're not just the best in the world, they're fans as well.
Love seeing that. And thanks, Paige Pierce, for the subscription to the Disc Golf Network. Even the players on the course don't want to miss the action that's happening on the course.
Undoubtedly, Paige Pierce is our biggest fan. And in many ways, we're her biggest fan as well. Tatar still way out in front here. With some opportunities. Holcomb, unfortunately, finding some OB there. She's trying to hang on to a top 5 spot. Pro Tour points becoming increasingly more important here as we wind to the second half of this season. And we have Christine Jennings down on the 10th hole. Just going to say hi, Christine. How's your day going out there?
Hey guys, we're doing great out here. It's a beautiful day. The smoke has cleared. It's a little hot, but we're not going to complain. And everyone's very calm and collected here today.
Calm and collected, undoubtedly due to the massive amount of experience at high-level competition.
I am curious to know where Sarah Holcomb's going to be taking her lie. Paige said last place it was in bounds. I'm not sure that Sarah ever crossed. However, I see her starting to walk it out. I'm going to take it from the top.
I guess depends on if you're calling the bricks inbounds or out of bounds, whether it touched. What's your read on this?
Well, as I'm looking at the course map, the line of out of bounds, the red line is on the inside of the wall. However, it doesn't necessarily say it in the notes. So, Fountain Hills, if you hit the wall, you play as it hit inbounds. I wonder if it's the same ruling here.
Benefit does go to the player if there's any ambiguity. It's a long-standing tenet of our game. King hoisting the birdie bid, but off left. Just tell by her body language, doesn't seem like she's in rhythm today.
Yeah, and those are the little details that we look at from each player. You know, who's fired up? Even Haley going for that big putt, just disappointed at her attempt. Paige Pierce, on the other hand, looking so solid standing over this birdie putt.
Just try to get that branch out of her vision. Get a disc widths closer. Five in a row. Roll that Zuka replay right back.
Wow, Paige Pierce is on a mission for perfection. And that one hangs on the right side, on the left side, excuse me, of those chains and kind of toilet bowls around the basket. Again, Kristen Tatar has to continue the pace that Paige is setting. Here's Kristen for birdie.
Feeds it in there nicely. It was a good round for Paige Pierce to start stringing them together again. She's been kind of hit or miss lately on tour. Not a whole lot of pressure to try to run down the leader.
And the craziest thing to note, with 5 birdies in a row, Paige's score for today's round is only 1 under. So that just shows what a struggle it was to start for Paige. Clawing her way back.
Here's the Kristen Tatar, Haley King stats, 1 and 2 in the field right now. Haley King doing work on the putting green. Still back a couple of where she started the day.
I think that last missed putt's gonna bring her down a few percentage points as we see Paige sneak in there with the C1X. Highest of the 3. Kristen Tatar just clearly sweeping everything else.
I mean, the strokes gained putting not far ahead of the other 2 that we're comparing, but it's the strokes gained from tee to green.
Over 10 strokes. And what's the deficit? Currently 10 strokes. Kristen Tatar putting on a showcase. I mean, she is battling with 2 other of the best players that we have out there in the women's division. I mean, Haley King, Paige Pierce. On a course like this should be treated as a playground. I mean, they can go big on these drives. They can put themselves in position for even more birdies. But Kristen Tatar saying, not this weekend.
So exciting to watch Lydia Lyons over the past 2 days. The 880 rated Illinois product.
18 years old, made it on the lead card after round 1. Currently sitting in 9th place.
Her dad, caddying, ringing the bell when the birdies happen. The future of this sport is bright. Rebecca Cox now.
There is just so much movement happening.
Oh, and that's frustrating.
The movement is with Rebecca Cox was just 1 stroke ahead of Lydia. I mean, these players are really bouncing around in that 7th to all the way down to tie for 13th. So it's all about playing for positioning here on the final day. Jessica Weiss joins the group. Has not had a birdie yet today, but we should be able to count this one.
There's the bell.
She gets on the board, bringing her to 1 over.
This. How do you hang it that high in the chains? little knuckle putt action.
Katrina, happy for her. Again, not a great performance from her first 2 days. Climbed 2 positions today. 3 down over the last 4 holes.
Here's Pierce on the par 4 11th. Good shot there for Paige.
Katrina Allen, see on the bottom of our screen, creeping in 4th place, just 2 back of King and Pierce.
Kristen finds that same spot she's been all weekend. Just dissecting this hole the proper way. Haley King. That'll be fine.
Yeah, checks up just short of those trees on the left-hand side of the fairway. Hole 11's a par 4. So if you can get distance down off the tee shot, it really comes down to the second shot if you can get it close, but a birdie is well within the grasp.
Holcomb stretches out the forehand to the tree. And as you said, Val, a par 4 here, and it's not too tricky.
It's not, but you have to be accurate on your shot. You could see the fairway completely lined with trees on either side. So while you want to fully flex a shot and get as much distance down this fairway, you have to make sure you're landing it in the center. Set yourself up good for your second shot at 525 feet. If you can throw something out there, 350, 400, like I know this lead card can do, it makes that upshot so much easier. We saw yesterday, though, all the players on our featured card leaving it outside the circle. So just errors on the second shot weren't able to capitalize on their birdies, but they can do it. This is an easy birdie hole if you get all the shots dialed in.
As you mentioned, Katrina Allen up into 4th place. Jessica Weiss after her first birdie of the round in solo 5th. These are names we're used to seeing at the top of the leaderboard, maybe in a slightly different order. But that's it's the Estonian summer right now in FPO, and we're all here for it.
What a great time to be dialing in your game. We have 4 weeks, 4 Elite Series events. Kristen Zatar is getting her game on point.
Holcomb going to range this one.
Sarah Holcomb uses the rangefinder on the tee pad, but uses it even more on these upshots. Just to make sure she's dialing in that distance. It's a great throw from Sarah.
A lot of the players have adopting a rangefinder this year, and last year too, but it feels like Sarah really makes the most out of it.
Not a great spot for Paige. Choosing the hyzer. She got far enough out that drive. It was a relatively easy approach, but she'll have a sizable putt for birdie. As you mentioned, Kristen continuing to land in this spot, and now look at the placement she has. Wide open to the basket. Nice little touch sidearm.
Just showing the importance of playing to your strengths. She's been using that sidearm so well. Puts her drive in a place where it's not even a thought. .146 in for Haley King. She's got it inside the circle. Thanks to Bushnell for those numbers, as always. And you know who else likes to use her Bushnell rangefinder? It's Kona Panis. Look at the day she's having. 5 down on the day. She was 7 over par coming into today's round, not getting it done the way she wanted. But hey, it's all good if you play well on Sunday.
Yeah, she is ranging it up and climbing her way up. She's moved up 6 spots today. And she is creeping in on Sarah Holcomb. Just 1 stroke back.
Paige Pierce for birdie.
6 in a row. Continuing to build on this incredible birdie streak. We've seen a lot of players this weekend be able to string up 3 birdies in a row, maybe 4. Nobody's done 6. Leave it up to Paige.
Oh, that's not going to feel good.
Birdie putt for Kristen. Building on that incredible lead. Sarah Holcomb hasn't birdied today. She's on the board.
Good time to do it. Haley King's going to tap in her par. Quick commercial break for us. Right back with a gettable stretch of holes. You're watching the Disc Golf Network.
Do I have what it takes? I have the dedication. I have the right equipment. I have the fire. Zuka. Disc golf carts for a better game.
Welcome back, everybody. You're looking at the current world rankings according to UDisc. Salin and Pierce Tatar in the top 3. World champ Katrina Allen in 4th. Henna Blomroos and then Haley King. And you know what I'm noticing, Val? 3 out of these top 6 not from the United States, which is just wonderful to see.
It is so impressive and just shows that if there is that point someday in the future where Henna and Evelina can join the U.S. Tour, these U.S. players better be scared.
She comes to play. Already has 2 Pro Tour wins to her name. Here's Lydia Lyons. She's looking for par. Now Jessica Weiss. That's where her drive landed.
That's where all the players, if they could pay for that drive, they would pay for this one. That's a serious tailwind, even for the short putt.
Weiss makes the adjustment. Katrina gets a par, and Rebecca Cox as well.
And I'm pulling up the results from this weekend, the tournament that happened over in Finland. Evelina won by 4 strokes. First round well over 1,000. Her and Henna keeping the competition level high.
Putting up those big numbers. Big ratings numbers. Small throw count. Paige Pierce, 5 under, 12th hole. true. She's had trouble with this fairway.
And sadly, that might put an end to that birdie streak. Still an outside chance. Got the Mississippi right behind this basket, making it scary to go for a putt like that. This is the drive that you want.
Hello, circle one.
Hello, basket. She's in a great position here. You can see the crosswind. And from what we saw yesterday, even though the wind picked up, Kristen, with that very fast spin on her putt, flat release, the wind doesn't affect it as much as we see it affecting other players. Paige Pierce, similar style putt as well.
It's going to be a tough drive for Holcomb. It's asking a lot. Bend it around that corner and then get it to slow down.
This hole is very favorable to a righty backhand shot.
Just a smidge wide for Haley King. A foot inside, and that's under the basket. It's going to be hard to catch Kristen Tatar when she's throwing shots like this.
She has been so accurate with the driver. From round one, she led in the statistics of fairway hits, and she continues to make the drives happen.
Leading in all the categories.
That's how you win, Jamie.
Yeah, that's how you put it away early at that. Big fairway hit percentage, 87%, as we talk about this course really requiring you to be good off the tee. Looking at a lot of chances. 7 out of 10 holes she's played, she's inside of circle 2. Paige got a nice little bit of help here. That's not the worst.
Oh, damn, running it. Go in.
That would have been fun.
Yeah, you said small chance of birdie, and she tried to maximize it there.
Hopefully she can see that disc again. And Mississippi River just beyond this basket. You know, Sarah's dealing with strong headwind. That was an overstable disc. Hopefully it hung on to that slope.
You just hear the impact when that hit the ground, how hard packed the green is. If you miss that mulch, you're sliding out.
We hear it's been a drought across the country, and even here in Minnesota, where we expect things to be green, lush this time of year. We've got hard pan around a lot of these baskets. Come on. I think Haley gave up on that putt halfway through its flight. There's a big smile. That's a bonus.
I was going to say, you can't smile after that one.
That was huge. Haley King needed a little bit of that momentum. You just calling that 50 feet long. Just floated on the headwind.
She can rein him in from anywhere. Tatar for birdie. Dead middle. No question.
Let's see how far Paige got through the trees.
Uh-oh.
Wow, a little too powerful on the second shot, and it's not going to make it an easy par putt. She's got trees, she's got vines, she's got branches, but they all are just perfectly framing the basket for how she's taking her stance.
Great putt. High quality par save.
And that's looking more like Paige Pierce. Even if she's trying to run at something, playing aggressive, she can still save herself. We haven't seen that out of her the last 2 days.
Holcomb also saves par. Let's see the big putt one more time.
The reaction here from Haley. When it finally drops, the relief that Haley has, like, counted it out, didn't think she was going to make it, and somehow it finds the bottom of the basket.
She was already worried about how far it was going to go down the slope. Now to 13, Tatar on the box.
This course really challenging players to throw backhand and forehand. Kristen Tatar parks hole 12, pulls out a forehand on 13, and does the same.
She's played this hole so well.
And in the past, we haven't seen players, well, the last year when we saw this course, there weren't as many players relying on forehand shots. And I really feel like this hole, that's how you get to the basket. That's how you almost get into the basket. Play it wider, play the skip, and you're parked.
Yeah, Haley King. Put that shot in the memory banks for next year.
Although we know Paige has a sidearm shot, she chooses the backhand. We have low ceiling. And every time she's left it out to the left at circle's edge. She hit the putt yesterday.
She's great at this distance. Like you're saying, Val, a lot of forehands in the division now. It's becoming a must-have. And the best of the day is going to go to Kristen Tatar for the way she's using it. She just leaves herself with very makeable putts every time she goes to the sidearm.
And she's relied on those putts. Little shaky to start this round, but relying back to what she's practiced during the off season and off of the U.S. Tour. And she's putting all those skills to work.
Here's the latest one more time.
I am going to be studying this forehand technique. She just puts so much power behind it. It's a pure, smooth drive, and it's on point every time.
It's not a big swing. It's just compact right there. She's about to have an opportunity to birdie 4 straight. I mean, once she got off of those tough stretch of holes, like once again tripped her up yesterday, 4 and 5. Very similar things happening today.
And she is inside the circle to gain yet another stroke on the field. Currently up by 11.
That's been the mark of dominance in FPO, is to get a double-digit victory to your name. It's getting harder and harder to do these days, but we're just going to keep gushing about how impressed we are with the play. Hokum from circle 2.
Ooh, she was about to run that one in.
It's been a day of almosts since we've joined the ladies. For Sarah Hokum, that is.
That was Sarah's 6th attempt inside circle 2. She has yet to make one.
Paige, also circle 2, just a step outside. Also finds the band.
Paige, 0% as well, but only her 2nd attempt today. Get a stroke on Paige. Haley King for birdie.
Low right side. 2 in a row for Haley King. Finally makes her way back to even par. Tatar just collecting the birdies.
And like you said, stacking up these strokes and will be in contention for the biggest margin of victory. She has got to be on that list at this point. We still have a few holes left and definitely a few more birdies that she can continue to make. So far looking really, really great.
Up ahead to 14. It's Jessica Weiss in the fairway. She's got 3 birdies in a row.
Love the drive that she had. Pretty good distance on this one. About 20 feet for a birdie.
Scary 20 feet, but that could net her 4 in a row.
And there's her scorecard. See, bogeys on 2 of the hardest holes, 4 and 5. All the rest of the holes par. Very solid, but there were a few birdie opportunities in there for her to get. Kicks it back into gear. It's never too late. Jessica Weiss currently in 4th place. Her and Katrina Allen matching each other. Jess has the advantage.
And now you're seeing Rebecca Cox. Great upshot.
Of course, you got to get your drive in bounds on 14, but it really comes down to the 2nd shot here. Can you get the distance? See a lot of players leaving it short and relying on the putt, putting a lot of pressure on that death putt with the slope behind. The guys made it look easy. That's when the crazy putting started.
It really did. I was looking it up. On track, if Tatar can just get a couple more out ahead of the field of being the biggest margin of victory that we've seen on the Disc Golf Pro Tour this season, that honor currently held by Kona Panis. 12 strokes back at Waco. Tatar up by 11. I'm just trying to think back to the biggest margin of victory that I've seen in recent years, and I want to say it was Paige back at the European Open. Something like a 17 stroke, or it was ridiculous. Here's Lydia Lyons, circle's edge.
the scary part of these shorter upshots. Having to putt at that hill. You can see Lydia running after the disc, so that went beyond the basket and rolled down the hill. She'll have another big putt, but it's clear to go on the tee of 14.
Tatar has just been perfect on this hole and continues.
There was no doubt on that shot. From the moment she released it, used the entire right-hand side of the fairway. She's in a great spot for her second.
Now Haley.
This has to stay straight. We have the cart path on the left. Haley finds it. She gets the red flag. Leaving it short, not putting the full pop on the disc. That's what happens. You find the cart path, powering up a little bit too much, cranking it over. You'll find the trees on the right. Haven't seen anybody throw in the Mississippi yet, but you don't want to be throwing your second out of the trees. Right down the middle for Paige.
Right there by Kristen.
The three players on Sarah's card, they're distance drivers. They smash the disc off the tee. For Sarah, she's always playing her own game. She always has a different game plan. Of course, throwing the sidearm. But another nice, accurate shot down the middle.
Well, I'm curious to see what Lydia Lyons has to deal with after the rollaway. So let's find out.
She pretty much rolled down to the bottom of the hill. She's on the flat, putting back uphill to the basket. Not a breath of air. Leaves it low.
Now over to Jessica Weiss.
Just inside the circle.
Yeah.
It is so great to see Jessica Weiss's putting stroke online. Same with Katrina Allen. We know those two deal with putting issues, but they're great drivers. They're accurate on their upshots, and they can score when the putts go in.
Supposed to be a scary green. Weiss and Allen making it look easy. Staying under par.
Katrina falling back just a bit. Jess has the momentum continuing to carry her on. If she keeps that going, she could find her way to second place. We'll see if Haley and Paige can put a stop to that. Of course, first up, Sarah. Gets a skip, gets inside the circle, but not far enough to consider that a tap in. But thankfully, again, the wind remaining calm at the basket. We've seen some serious conditions with the wind this weekend. Yesterday was a very windy round from start to finish for the women. It was windier earlier today. Now it's really seemed to calm down.
Haley. Take the OB stroke.
Brian Earhart on the bag.
You good?
Showing support.
Oh, and that's leaking left too. Sit down. Sit down.
Wow. Haley got a little lucky there. That was definitely going out of bounds without that last little curb hit. He's disappointed with that shot. It was not on target, but thankfully not out of bounds.
Here comes another Tatar forehand.
Playing that angle. Huh. With how dry the ground looks, that is not what I expected to happen when that disc hit the ground.
I certainly thought she'd get 8 to 10 more feet of slide. Paige got a good slide. It's up ahead to 15. Weiss on the par 4.
Slinging it out there. She gets great distance. She's up on top of the ridge. Going to be in a good position to attack the green. Another great opportunity for birdie.
She's just so versatile off the tee. Righty backhand, righty forehand, lefty backhand when she wants it. And hey, of Haley, Paige, and Jessica, Jessica looks the best right now. It's still a battle for second place. What a win would that be for her? Break up into this pack. Jessica Weiss currently in 3rd place in Pro Tour standings. Haley just off.
And that caught edge and rolled. You could see it. Oh, man. This
Insult
is
to
not,
injury.
This is not a great hole for Haley. She's only thrown 3 times, but still can't get to the basket.
And that'll just sit right. No, sit there. Okay. Okay, we're okay.
You were wondering if this was still a scary green.
I didn't mean for Haley to show us by herself.
Holcomb, a little scared, perhaps. Paige Pierce is not laying this one up.
Great putt by Paige.
Wow. Paige in for birdie. Haley currently going to be putting for a double bogey. So Paige going to be leapfrogging Haley into 2nd place.
Oh.
There comes a point. It doesn't matter, but of course, Kristen Tatar wants to play well down the stretch for double bogey.
Well, like you said, we're going to trade Pierce for King, but the lead remains the same. Let's check in on Jessica Weiss. 2nd shot.
You see it, currently sitting in 3rd place. No steam is taken out of Haley after that hole. Not a great 2nd shot, but great position for par on that hole.
As we mentioned, currently in a tie for 3rd. She's currently in 3rd in the Disc Golf Pro Tour standings. Missy Gannon right on her heels in 4th. It's Pierce then Allen ahead of her, so she's going to get some more points right now. And Interestingly enough, Jessica Weiss, the only player in the top 7 of the Disc Golf Pro Tour standings yet to have a win on either the Elite Series or Silver Series. Still finding a way to be relevant. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with the conclusion of the FPO round right after this.
To become a more accurate putter, narrow your focus to one specific focal point on the basket. For some, it's the middle of the pull, and for others, it's a single chain link. Lock in your focus and extend your reach to hit that focal point.
You've seen them in the hands of professionals, helping them compete at the highest level. Whale Sacks is a female-owned small business, handmade in the USA. We are dedicated to outstanding grip for all disc golfers.
The National Amateur Disc Golf Tour. Take your first step into competition or your final step into professionalism. Visit nadgt.com for more information.
Just a moment ago, Paige Pierce, straight to play.
They were ready to go, even though the chase card still in the fairway, throwing their second shots.
Leaked a little left on her. Now Tatar.
The main goal on this one, just to get it up on top of the hill. And the thing about getting a lot of height under the disc, it's hard to continue penetrating forward. It's a long hole, par 4, and every foot closer to the basket can make the difference.
Now Holcomb. Maybe overcorrected from yesterday. She was way right.
I'm not sure if maybe the wind affected that one a lot. It really got it on that Anheuser angle and never came back.
Haley King, not a fan, but has enough power to skip forward a bit. Now we will return live to Sarah Holcomb.
It's really not horrible. She wasn't able to get as much distance on the drive. We have a wall here in the high grass. Nothing over here is out of bounds, but you're just setting yourself farther back. We're heading all the way up to those trees. See the people in the background. They're still putting our chase card. So Sarah's just waiting a moment. But birdie is out of question for Sarah for how far back she is. Here's our chase card.
Weiss pitched up to here, so this is what's left for par. Oh no.
I am in awe. We just talked about how solid her putting stroke was looking on the previous hole. And then, I don't know, do you take it for granted? This is just a little tap in. Maybe she didn't think as hard about that putt as she should have.
That inverse confidence ring, where you're further away from the basket and you get more aggressive. I don't know.
Yeah.
Trying.
Holcomb catching up on Instagram while she waits.
Yeah. The tactician with the numbers. Gonna figure out how she can get up into the standings, what she needs to do. She's 6th. on the Pro Tour rankings, in case you were wondering.
And the Pro Tour Championships it's creeping up on us. We're just a couple months away. There's still a lot of big tournaments left to play, and it is about finding yourself in the position. Can you get the bye? Can you skip a round or two? All these players that aren't vying for the lead are trying to get more points, lead up to that final big paycheck at the end of the season.
Don't forget, Sarah Hokum's already got one of those to her name. She's your 2018 Pro Tour champion.
Who won last year?
The Hailstorm.
One of the most outstanding putts to win. It's definitely the biggest win of her career.
Oh, and that'll be annoying.
Yeah, of course. It had to roll right around the tree and then directly behind it.
A little trivia for you, Val. Who has the most Pro Tour championships to her name? Can you pull that one off the top of your head?
Pro Tour Championships.
Mm-hmm.
End of the year.
It's been played in Vermont, it's been played in Florida, and it's been played in North Carolina.
Tell me, Jamie.
Katrina Allen, 2-time.
Oh, I was going to guess that. I should have.
I had faith in you.
Everyone at home screaming, like, duh. Don't you pay attention? I only got to watch one of them live as we commentated on it last year.
Very much looking forward to getting back to Charlotte, capital of disc golf in these United States. I'm sorry to everybody everywhere else that just got mad at me.
I know, that was quite a claim. Paige Pierce looking to birdie this hole. She's got the distance to do it. Didn't love it right out of her hand.
Yeah, for good reason.
She crushed it. Threw way past the basket. Kristen Tatar. Can she get the distance? Great angle of how wide she took it. That's a great shot.
Another birdie look. Hey, if you're going to have yourself a victory lap and you keep throwing great shots, let's just keep on watching it. Check out this form.
Yeah, she just can continue to throw great drives, show off what got her to this point. She'll soon be taking the wave, kissing babies, signing autographs. And soon get those initials on that Bear trophy. That is if Ricky didn't break it. I don't know if they're fixing it.
It's a Hardy Bear. Paige Pierce, the other person with her initials in that trophy. Was talking to Kristen there. Now Sarah Hokum up shot. Just couldn't get it to climb the hill, but she's in range.
On these sloping greens, players need to take a little bit more caution on how what kind of angle they're coming into the basket. See Sarah there, maybe a little bit more angle and it could have just spiked down exactly where it landed. Got a little bit more of a skip and a roll. Those are the things that when your game develops and you're a more experienced player, these are all things that you think about. It's not just the power and the distance to get there, but what's the ground gonna do? How's the wind gonna affect it? What's the next shot look like? These are all things these players are thinking about.
Lean back up shot for Haley King puts her a couple feet off the target. I wonder if Paige was just setting us up for another hero putt. She's got a couple of them from way outside this weekend.
She's all or nothing. And if she can get her eyes on the basket, she's going to be running at it. And, well, we can see her from the basket. Does she have any branches blocking it? Just a layup.
Wishful thinking on our part. That was really difficult to get it chain high.
Didn't realize how far she went past. Kristen, basket high, but not able to capitalize.
Made putt from Holcomb here will put her in a tie for 5th with Katrina Allen. Excuse me, this is for par. Ah, and the branch caught it.
But yeah, that is the player that Sarah's looking to catch. She's kind of in a no man's zone. Kona 3 strokes behind her.
I've just got all kinds of wishful thinking on this hole. Ready to see some birdies.
Yeah. Surprised not to see any out of this card, honestly.
Well, up ahead to 16, Jessica Weiss. Some errant shots leave this left for par. Oh yeah, she remembered again.
Wow. There we go, and what a putt to hit. It drops off again beyond that basket as the basket sits on a little knoll on 16. So, dangerous putt. I think that's what Jess needs to get the putt in the basket.
She can still put pressure on that podium.
She sure can. Haley not looking like she's having a good time out there. Struggling a little bit on the last 2 holes. And 1 stroke separates the 2. Paige clearly has the momentum of the group, but way back of getting the title on this one. Hole 16. I want to see a birdie on this one, but we know that it's a hard one to get. At 400 feet, this is testing the distance of the entire field. We're now getting to a group of players who can throw this far. If the wind picks up, it makes this hole even more difficult, but it's really where the basket is placed. Up on this hillside, if you throw anything too short, the hill's going to stop you from skipping forward. Anything too left or right, you're going to bring the trees into play on your putt. So we haven't seen a birdie yet today. There's been very few birdies on this hole for the weekend. Kristen Tatar sitting back because she knows she doesn't even need one.
Chilling. It's the kind of feeling you want.
Kristen Tatar can become, I think we can change that to will become, the first European to take back-to-back victories. Just a few holes left.
Pierce, full send. Come on.
There we go. Inside the circle.
She becomes the first woman to put it circle 1 in regulation on this hole. Not only no birdies, no attempts from inside C1 until we get to Paige's lie. See if Tatar can run that one back. Like that line. She should too.
A little bit closer even.
Paige's eye view of 16's tee. Get there. Is she there? Oh, just outside.
Last year we saw Sarah Holcomb busting out the backhand on this shot. She's going back to the comfortable sidearm. This has to be perfect for Sarah to get inside the circle.
That one's going to be in Parsville. Let's go check out the hallway. Number 17, Weiss on the tee.
If you hit the line, this is a great birdie. But we know how scary it is to get through the gap. Just shows us how it's done. She's inside the circle. Not an easy tee shot by any means. I mean, Eagle McMahon, this is his arch nemesis hole. I mean, it's unbelievable what a tree-lined fairway like this can do to even the best players.
Rebecca Cox getting inside the circle.
And it's just 243 feet from tee to basket. It's all about disc choice for the women. I'm going to throw a hard mid-range shot. For some of our distance players, it's a hard putter shot. And for others, an easy fairway. So, what's the choice?
Whatever Lydia Lyons just chose, she chose correctly. Here's Sarah. Backhand up shot.
Sarah's mind, she knows that she's just conceding a stroke. Likely. She knows she can't birdie this, but at this point, we haven't seen anybody else birdie it. See if that changes here. Haley King, circle's edge.
So good.
Ties it up with Jessica Weiss with this huge putt. Death behind.
It comes so clean out of her hand, that rotation. And it just grabs the chains and drops. So much fun.
So effortless. She makes it look so effortless. Paige just inside the circle.
She rings up a birdie. First birdie in the first circle one in regulation attempt for the division.
Low ceiling, tree in the way.
Oh, the putter just leaving her right now, but ultimately does not matter. Holcomb's got her par.
We heard from Kristen yesterday. Even with her 7-stroke lead, she still had so many things she wanted to work on. And I think even with this win today, she'll have a few things she'll want to work on.
Rebecca Cox working on a birdie. Good putt there on the elevated pin.
Lydia just past the basket. Seeing the wind pick up a little bit as the flag blowing. A little bit of a headwind for Lydia. Nice putt from Lydia.
Yeah, great job there. Fast becoming a fan.
Jessica Weiss, the best drive of the group. Currently 44% C1X putting. Makes good on that one. Another birdie for Jess.
Great putting on the 17th there from the chase card. And if you're getting to know Lydia Lyons like we are, she's from Normal, Illinois. So Edgestone next weekend should be in her backyard, and she's already a junior world champion. Here's an open world champion. 5 times over.
Saw in another camera angle, Paige give a clap and then double fist pump to the sky. I mean, that's how much it means to these players to get through the gap. Paige will be putting for birdie.
Now Haley King getting high into the canopy of the hallway, but she gets through.
Haley now 2 strokes back of Paige, and it's almost starting to slip away. And then errant drive like that, knowing Paige is underneath the basket, Paige could get another stroke. Tatar has 10 strokes, but continues to make the driver work. Holcomb was just getting warmed up earlier. Wanted to test out that tee pad.
Just staying in circle 1 right there. Got 4 birdie looks on the way. Haley's a little far off, but Paige Pierce threw well. Let's check out her reaction.
And the stats are showing us about 50-50 chance, birdies to pars on this hole. Starts with making it through the gap. That's the goal for every one of these players. Paige taking a close look. And the double fist pump. She did it. It's the small things.
It's the small things when you're a power player. Having to tone down for a 243-foot hole.
Kristen Tatar, the superstar of this weekend. She's underneath the basket here on 17. She'll have 1 hole left to play. I'm sure she has to start realizing, okay, this is it.
Haley almost ringing up a highlight putt.
The putting competition begins. First up, I believe it'll be Holcomb. Just outside the circle.
Oh, come on. That's just rude.
Hit all parts of the chain on the strong side of the basket.
There you go, Tatar.
Bringing her to 18 under par. 1 hole to play. Sizable putt for par for Haley. And an uncomfortable looking birdie look here for Paige.
Oh no, don't ruin the double fist pump.
To go down to your knee and then putt up to an elevated basket. Not easy.
She's good at not easy. And this, I mean, this was just rude. We got to see it in slow motion. How did this even happen?
Locks in her focus on those chains. See her pop up the height.
And it just bounced out. It was rude of that basket. Don't be rude like that, basket. Come right back after this final commercial break and see how it all ends. 18th hole on the way on the Disc Golf Network.
Focus. Get rid of any of those pressure thoughts and really center yourself, like where you're at and the shot you're throwing. Trying to just really let everything besides the basket bleed away.
Excellence to me is about constant self-analysis. Which habits are helping me towards my goals and which ones aren't? It's the same with nutrition. The foods I eat should help make my mind and my body the best they can be. Thunderbird makes that simple.
The Firebird has changed my life. I think that without the commitment shown to me from Innova to make this disc in 2015, I would never have made the leap to take my game to a level where I can call myself a US champion, a top 10 player in the world. In my mind, the Firebird is the greatest disc ever made.
The Combat Commander has enough space for all your discs here and everything else you need here. We beefed up the construction while keeping it lightweight and made sure there's ventilation so you can stay cool while waiting for your friends to throw because you just outdrove them. Or while you're looking for your disc in the OB. Either one.
"679 days ago, Kristen Tatar won her first major and her first victory on American soil. And now, a week after breaking that drought, she's going to have her second Elite Series victory.
And what a difference. The battle last weekend, her and Paige, came down to 17. Kristen Tatar knew she had to make a putt for eagle. 60 feet uphill, cashes it. Paige misses, and Kristen Tatar took home her first Elite Series event. This week, it has been easy sailing for Kristen. She continues to add to the strokes, and she's going into 18 with 10 in her favor.
Lydia Lyons chipping up to the green there where she can take on the water carry. Rebecca Cox from the fairway of 18 now.
I have to say, a little bit easier breathing for this group compared to how we saw the men finish. They put all the pressure on this final hole to eagle it. And a birdie ended up taking the win. Thankfully for Kristen, just playing safe, and she has this win in her pocket.
I think she could kick the disc down the fairway the whole way and still take home this one. Katrina finding great position on her second shot.
Those would be impressive kicks. We've got 2 water carries. We've got almost 1,000 feet to the basket. She's been showing off this weekend. I mean, why not?
Hey, it'll be upper park play different.
I don't know. Don't do it.
No, don't take my advice. Just watch Weiss throw. Over there by Lydia.
So we know the strategy of Jess. Play it safe on the second. Attack the green on your third. Give yourself a chance at birdie. She's 1 stroke back of Haley currently. I'm wondering if Haley's checking the scores, if she knows where she's at. We know the skill set that Haley has. She can go for the eagle on this one if she can get her drive out there far enough.
While we're looking at Kristen and Paige, got to talk about the fact that they're tied for the round today. I mean, I know the scores are far apart for the tournament, but they have both, since the 5th hole, not taken a bogey. Done nothing but just shred the middle and the back of this course. So you can imagine that if Kristen doesn't have the lead coming in, we're going to be in for some firework finishes between those two. But it's all KT this weekend.
And that's what really allowed them to separate from the group. Just so many birdies. Paige carding 9 since hole 6. Kristen had 7 birdies. And you scroll down the leaderboard, there is no other player matching that. Jessica Weiss, she was able to get 4 in the back 9. But then bookended that with a bogey on 15.
Paige says they're far enough away. Just going to go ahead and let it fly.
Doesn't get the flip that she wants to.
Plenty of distance nonetheless.
Yeah, with a full hyzer rip. I mean, she's throwing 100 feet past me if I was trying my hardest. Kristen Tatar just needs to play it safe.
Should be just fine.
Yeah, not a lot of stress on these shots. But of course, she's continuing to work on her game, and nice solid throws. Gonna leave her with a good taste in her mouth. And of course, she's gonna have the championship when she gets to the basket.
Haley showing off the big distance. Just beating the tall grass there.
Gonna be tough footing.
They're right over your head.
A little extra skip to the left would have been nice.
Scattering the camera operators. Sarah likes to go left on this hole. No surprise with the shot shape here.
A little safer than we've seen her throw in the past 2 days, but it'll be fine. She's safe.
It's nice when you get the victory lap. Kristen Tatar's final drive of the Preserve Championship. It's a good one.
Just so pure in that hyzer release. She knows her disc so well. It's almost time to solidify this prediction here. Again, capping off her highest cash in her career.
I mean, just look at these results. She can go home to Estonia and say, I had a short window to come and prove my value to the tour, to prove that I'm one of the best to do it. And mission accomplished. Underline it, exclamation point, whole 9 yards.
Like you said, we go all the way back to when she won women's nationals back in 2019. We have a whole pandemic in between then and now, and she has had all this time to think about what if, what could have been. And it's like she didn't skip a beat.
Little skip, and that's going to beat the water in the sand trap for Katrina Allen. Big carry. Let's see what Jessica Weiss chooses to do.
She's going big. Turns it over. Great distance. Oh, that is what seems to catch all the players as they're making their way to the basket. Sand traps here on the course are not out of bounds, but of course make for difficult footing, whether you're driving out of them or putting. There's one that can come into play here. Holcomb lands just short of it. If you throw beyond it, you're on the golf green. You have a great look at the basket. We're almost there, Jamie.
And if you look at Kristen Tatar, she's as far under par basically as if you combined the under par scores of the 4 players behind her.
Yeah, exactly.
It's incredible.
And of course, yesterday as the round finished, we weren't sure if this final round was going to happen. And I said, you know, regardless if we play a final round or not, Kristen Tatar solidified herself after yesterday's round. 7 under in the first round, 6 under in the second round. She's currently at 5 under with the potential to match what she did yesterday. She has shot so well and so deserving of this championship this weekend.
Second throw. In excellent position.
She's up on that golf green. Nice, solid, flat throwing surface. You can now see the pin from where she's landed on her second. Go for the green. Makes it a lot less daunting to throw over the water when you're in a good position. Paige went for the green on her second in the first round. She laid up yesterday.
Is she close enough, you think, to make that water carry?
I don't think so. She needed to get that full distance and just never got her disc to flip. I'm going to assume a placement shot.
She's looking off to the right.
Yeah, and think, I mean, if Paige typically throws around 400 feet, a little over that. That drive, she would still have about 700 feet to the basket. So, great player, but I don't think she could throw that far.
Haley right on the slope. She's not even going to run up. Just the standstill sidearm.
Smart play for Haley. We know Jessica Weiss is down in the sand trap, putting for birdie. Outside the circle, we have yet to see a big putt on camera from where Jessica is. So it's likely Haley will be able to hold her off. Haley's in a good position from where she is on her second to get it inside the circle and get her birdie.
There's that putt you were talking about. Couldn't quite come up with it. She'll have that left for par.
So Haley can take a little sigh of relief. As long as she can get her next shot over the water, she can claim a third place spot in this tournament. I wonder what Kristen Tatar is thinking about right now.
Probably how nice of a dinner she and Silver are about to go out to with all these winnings.
Another weekend of celebrations for those two.
Lydia Lyons for par to end her tournament. And that is tough. That's going to cause her to miss the top 10 by a single shot.
That glimmer of hope after the first round for Lydia to kind of prove she can make it with the big girls, the big dogs. It's just only going to make her stronger next time. Kat out wide, misses the birdie putt.
Not going to make a difference in her placement. She'll stay in 5th. She won't be happy about that, of course. Holcomb going over. Holcomb can still try to tie that with that third throw. Maybe not. It's all settling out at this point.
Putts are dropping here for the chase card. Got Rebecca Cox heading for par.
Rebecca Cox finishes in the top 10.
Home state girl Katrina Allen fought her way up one spot this weekend, but she's not going to be happy with how she played. And now we only have 4 players on the course. Really, Haley is the only one that can change any positioning. She just has to get this one inbounds over the water, and she'll have 3rd place in lock.
She's got a couple of really good shots into the green on this hole in the last couple of days. And if Haley can either make that putt or keep it out of par, she's going to solidify her best finish on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Of course, she has 2 National Tour wins, but hasn't. Well, she'll tie. She found the podium at Portland. But your leader.
Putting her full body behind that, but not high enough to get over the sand trap. She is safe. The hard work has been done. She's over that last bit of water. Kristen Tatar.
Very makeable putt, too.
Yeah, that'd be a nice way to go out.
It's a little closer than Eagle McMahon was earlier.
Is Paige going to let Kristen walk away with a double-digit win? That's the last scenario on the table. Currently 10 back. Paige getting this inside the circle, running for a birdie. Will bring it to 9.
Great shot by Paige Pierce. That's one you're happy to leave Minnesota with.
And what a redemption round for Paige. They just never put up a great round this weekend, but finishes the tournament with a 5 under, possibly 6 if she can tap that in. But not enough. Those 2 rounds that she didn't shoot well at, Kristen Tatar went flying, and she had so many skills on display, whether it was driving or on the putting green. Kristen Tatar put on a show.
Working it on the elevated pin. Backhand drives, just frozen rope right at this basket. That's on 6. Yeah, just no pressure on the putter. Got plenty of power.
And that's when it really picked up. Birdie on 6. She jump-started her round. It started off slow. She had plenty of strokes to give up, but on 6, making that birdie putt, she started her run. And that's when she got all parts of her game back on track. Another birdie here on 12. And this was part of the 4 in a row here on 13. Nice forehand drive. Swings it out to the left, skips inside the circle. She makes it 4 in a row from there.
And you know, just never had to really turn it into that next gear. She was able to even cruise. She missed 6 putts inside the circle. Hogan giving it a good run there. She should be able to cash that one. But yeah, 6 putts inside the circle, 4 of them for birdie. There was still more in the tank for Tatar this weekend is the point, and that's scary for the rest of this field.
I think it's Haley, me, then Sarah, and then Paige.
But from every round, Kristen was on another level than the rest of her group. Today it looked a little bit more even keel as Paige was matching her through the round. So it required just so much focus in those first 2 rounds for her.
She didn't need it. She got it anyway. 2 weeks in a row for Kristen Tatar. Force to be reckoned with.
What she says to Paige, I'm going to get double digits on you. Even though Paige underneath the basket for birdie.
Good putt to end Sarah Holcomb's tournament in 6th place. Bit of a struggle for her today. Pierce moves to 9 under.
Knew we couldn't count Paige out, and she did work in round 2 and round 3 to climb her way back up into 2nd. Haley King getting 3rd. It was all about Kristen Tatar this week.
Looks like they're going to do scores really quick. Paige Pierce doing U-disc. Watching the live, competing, she does it all.
I saw a huge smile as soon as Kristen got her eyes on the bear. She earned it.
You ready? Kristen, winning the event by 10 strokes, back-to-back wins. How are you feeling?
Feeling great, although putts were kind of shaky today. Missed a lot of them, so I had this like weird feeling in me, but it's always nice to win. So yeah, I'm very happy.
Did you have any feelings or nerves going into the final round knowing that you had so many strokes ahead of the field?
No, not really. I always try to start every round like it's a new round, not think about other rounds. So it wasn't any different, but I don't know. It's disc golf. Sometimes you're good, sometimes you're not so good.
So I heard that today might be your last day in the States and you're flying home tomorrow. How are you feeling about that? Are you excited? Any events coming up?
Yes, I'm excited. I'm gonna fly back tomorrow, and we have European Championships coming up the following week. So just a few days at home, and then we're flying to Czech Republic. More disc golf.
Well, good luck there, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I think you can pick it up. Just a little bit.
Wow, you did so much better than Ricky.
Yeah, you did. Ricky dropped it. So.
Did he drop it?
Yeah.
Kristen, do you want to confirm this? Yes, same as you did.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kristin Tattar, that winning smile 2 weeks in a row, and what a send-off present as she heads back to Estonia to get ready. And Evelina and Hen are going to have some competition when Kristin gets back over for the European Championships.
Wow, and what a great warm-up. I mean, 2 weeks in a row. First week with the D-Glow, I mean, she had the pressure of Paige Pierce, and she capitalized on the win. I think that was the biggest move for Kristin Tattar to solidify why she came to the States. And then this weekend to put up those incredible scores. Of course, Paige Pierce gets second again, but a different scenario. Kristin Tattar was the superstar of the weekend, and I cannot wait to have her back in the States. I didn't know that the tour was ending today, but what a way to cap it off.
Absolutely. We're going to talk about Kristin Tattar's dominant performance, Paige Pierce's gutsy comeback to second, and so much more. We've got the OTB After Show coming up right after this.
At Upper Park Disc Golf, we're in business to make the game better for everyone. We do that by helping our player team grow their brands, by donating to great charities like You Play Disc Golf, by maintaining a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and by living our core values. Play different, create legendary relationships, be a good human, and enjoy the ride. So when you buy from Upper Park Disc Golf, you know you're buying from a company that loves the game as much as you do. Upper Park Disc Golf. Play different.
In this game, preparation is everything. It gives you that edge to become something from nothing. Success is not by accident. Because you know, the course plays no favorites. You know what it takes to be the best. In this game, detail matters. Idio Sports.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Welcome back. It's time to do the final OTB after show of the 2021 Preserve Championship out of Clearwater, Minnesota. Of course, Valerie Jenkins and Nate Doss joining us back in studio. Start with FPO, as we always do. Kristen Tatar, what a story. A double-digit victory, the second largest margin of victory we've seen on tour this year. She's going to fly back to Estonia tomorrow with 2 Elite Series trophies to her name. And it's just an incredible story, what she had to go through to get here, the quarantine, the struggles with the putter at Worlds, overcoming all of that while not being able to sleep in your own bed. There's so many things to love about what Kristen did this weekend.
It's so incredible, and to hear that she's headed back to Estonia tomorrow and her U.S. tour comes to an end, but we saw that graphic. I mean, what a performance that she was able to put on, and it was a quick tour. I mean, she, right from off the bat, she got 5th place at Worlds. I mean, though, that stat alone is what players dream about, and for her to dream about coming to the U.S., she makes her first appearance in almost 2 years, gets 5th place, and continues to build and dial in her game every weekend. She had multiple wins, caps it off with the 2 largest cash
prizes.
Claims.
Yeah, biggest cashes.
Yeah, amazing. In the last 2 events, so her pockets are padded with U.S. cash. She'll have to exchange that in the airport, but what a way to cap off an incredible tour for her.
Certainly, and Nate, there was a lot of question. I mean, of course, we want to speculate in sports, and it's fun to speculate. What's going to happen after the quarantine, after the pandemic? Can the Europeans really come over? Are we remembering them with too rosy of glasses on? And Kristen Tatar says, no, this is real. Everything I'm doing, it's real.
Yeah, of course, we always love to speculate, and it is real. I mean, I watched every second of the coverage at the World Championship sitting just off the camera next to Val, and I was impressed with Kristen Tatar at the World Championship. Mm-hmm. You know, I follow her on Instagram, and she said, I wasn't happy with what I did, and then she won the next weekend. We saw the statistics there. Then she said she felt injured, maybe a little bit tired. I remember saying in the preparation for Des Moines, watch out for Kristen Tatar, because once she gets through just not playing a lot, she came out of a quarantine, flew into the Salt Lake City airport, and then went and played. Play. A week, the World Championship, and then the travel, the driving, the getting from here to there. But after Des Moines, she looked really good in Des Moines, wasn't able to take the victory. But after that, rattles off 3 in a row, and of the 6 tournaments she played, she won 4 of them.
Wow.
I mean, it doesn't really matter what we want to talk about. The proof is in the pudding. 6 events, 4 victories, something that almost nobody on tour has done this year. So congratulations, Kristen. I think a smart move by her to pre-plan this trip. She's going to go back, and it is very important who wins the European Championship, because those 3 women that are going to compete against each other are darn near the 3 best in the world. So it's almost a little mini World Championship for them over in the Czech Republic.
Certainly. And Val, let me ask you, what impressed you most? I mean, she did a lot of things well this weekend, but what stood out to you if you could isolate one thing in this massive victory margin and say, hey, this is what propelled her and everything else followed?
Well, I think her consistent driving put her in the position she was in. I mean, gave her the opportunities for birdie putts, but even if she was out of position, her strong distance putting is what kept her alive. And you heard after her round yesterday, the interview, she wasn't happy with how she played. She wasn't getting her up shots close enough, but it was the putts that kept her alive. And even when the wind picked up, she's releasing these daggers, just straight flat putts in the heart of the chains, and that's what really impressed me. Even when the pressure's on, Kristen Tatar was able to make her putts this weekend. Not as great today with the putting statistics, but overall in the last 2 weeks, putting has led to both of the victories she was able to get.
And hey, it might be good that she's got a little something, a little chip on the shoulder as she goes back home, because it's not going to be, oh, I'm full, I'm satisfied, we'll see you sometime in the future. She knows she still has that little bit that she can grind on, get better at, go to battle with Evelina and Henna, and we'll hopefully see all of those ladies back in the very near future. Let's talk about Paige Pierce. You know, Paige Pierce up and down season. When it's been good, it's been so good. When it's been bad, she faces the brunt of criticism. But I think the last 12 holes of this tournament are really something that she can build back on for the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's for sure. Such a close battle between her and Kristen last weekend. Paige not able to hit the putt for eagle. Kristen gets the one stroke and ends up winning the tournament. This weekend, it's a completely different story of just a course that we would expect Paige to just dominate. I mean, last year she won by 13 strokes.
Right.
So, of course, Paige is coming into this tournament as the favorite. Can she defend? And from the start, she struggled. The first 2 rounds, just not great, very un-Paige-like. Today, she was able to kind of bounce back. Of course, it took her about 4 or 5 holes to get to that point, but strings up the birdies, starts to make moves on the division, and gets back to second place, the position where we would expect her to be.
Yeah, and I mean, this course for the whole FPO field really, the front 5 really tripped up the women. I mean, I'm looking down the UDisc scorecard here, and it was really Kona Panis was the only person that could really find some success and get under par in the first 5 holes. If you look at the top 4 women, I mean, there's only 2 birdies in the entire first 3-hole stretch right there. So, you know, talk about how the changes to the front 9 that we saw, the adjustments made, how that really affected how you have to play this course.
Yeah, definitely. I think all it really did was for most of the field brought the overall finishing score down because, up theoretically, because it was just so tough what Kale was able to do there. I mean, 4 was just tough off the tee. It's really hard to get that big turnover into the proper position to try to attack there on hole number 4. And then 5, it probably just comes down to a mentality, how you play that shot. I mean, if you just went chip, 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 you know, and then that's what we were really seeing. We weren't being able to see people get to it in 3 shots to even make par. So, yeah, really tough for the women and also for the men. We saw that as well. Those 2 holes, 4 and 5, playing super difficult. But really, man, just the shot that Kristen came out on hole number 6 with to come back and just park it. You know, looking at her statistics, it was 54% from C1X. She only had 1 C2 opportunity. You know, she hit 95% of the fairways and was about 90% for the entire tournament. She dominated off the tee. We talked about it, one angle disc golf. She has the best sidearm I have seen from a female player, point blank, period. Sarah Hockums is so consistent. Sarah throws every single shot with it. But Kristen is just bang, bang, bang. Hole 8, bang, park job. You know, over water, 10, over the water. I mean, she's got the best sidearm I've ever seen from a female disc golfer.
And she definitely put it to good use all weekend. Rounding out the podium is going to be Haley King. She finished 4 strokes back of Paige Pierce. She ties her best finish on the Disc Golf Pro Tour this year, and it's important for Haley because though she's had great success on the National Tour, that doesn't translate to the points to get you to Charlotte. And it's been really good to see her in the last few weeks, you know, at Portland Open, then at D-Glow, and then now top 5 finishes. So she's starting to turn that Pro Tour season around, get back up to where she is so she can go defend that title when we get to October.
Yeah, Haley King is so good. She just has to tap into what fires her up. You see a lot of times with Haley kind of disappointed, frustrated. Those are the emotions that we see Haley those are the only emotions we see on the course. It's very rarely she's happy, celebrating the good shots that she has. So there's going to be a point where Hailey King finally gets locked in because she has all the skills she needs. She's as good as any other player out there, but I think it's just her continuing to work on the mental side and gaining that experience will really level her out, because she can attack on every one of these holes, but didn't make it happen today. And she wasn't able to fend off Paige, who was on that next level, who had it dialed in with the focus. So Hailey's great, but she just has to tap into what motivates her the most.
Really quickly, we heard Nate say best forehand in the game goes to Kristen Tatar. Hailey King's got to be in that conversation. If you had to pick one, do you pick Hailey? Do you pick Kristen right here, right now?
Oh,
putting her on the spot.
Man. I was just going to defend Sarah Hokum and the flight path she had, but you threw Hailey in there.
You can go Sarah if you want to. I mean, that's got to be 1, 2, and 3 right now.
I think Kristen's more accurate. Hailey can probably get a lot more distance off of the way that the technique that she uses, but how consistent Kristen was to hit the angles, to hit the lines. I'm going to give the edge to Kristen with how well she's been using her forehand.
And if you're a young man or woman at home trying to study forehand, any of those three ladies are great case studies, Kristen, Sarah, or Hailey. Let's round out the top 5 really quickly. Jessica Weiss with a great finish. She's in 4th, 1 stroke behind Hailey King. Really solid, kind of under-the-radar play for Jay Weezy. Really good back nine, only 1 bogey on the day. And then Katrina Allen in her home state, probably still coming down off of that 2nd World Championship high. Didn't quite put down the round she wanted. All weekend, it didn't feel like she was a factor, but still managed to find her way into the top 5, which is, it's quality. At the end of the day, it's all about the finish.
Well, it definitely is, and it's important as we head into the Ledgestone Insurance Open. I mean, because that's what we're starting here in 3 days, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Preparation, we kick it off on Thursday morning. And Kat has a great opportunity at Sunset. We know that for a fact. We know Paige has a great opportunity at Sunset. So, yeah, this one's in the books. The points are there. The money's there. You're just moving on. You got to immediately get to Peoria and start to prepare for a great course that lays out well for those 2 players. Without Kristen in the field, that's right. We're talking about Kristen not in the field. We obviously start to look at Paige and Kat and then Hailey as we go to Sunset next week. So I think important the way you finish today. Kat missed a pretty easy birdie putt there on 18. I know that's something that she's not going to be happy with, but yeah, something to build on as you head into the next big one. I mean, the Ledgestone Insurance Open is huge for these women.
Yeah, and notably a tournament that Katrina really enjoys playing and played very well last year. Celebrated a birthday during last year's running of the tournament, had those massive eagle putts that just can't leave your mind when you think back to them, was able to take home that title. So she'll be defending when the tour rolls into Peoria, Illinois. Let's move over to the men. Really exciting finish in MPO. It is just... Ricky Wysocki managed to pull it off. We were doubting him a little bit yesterday, and hey, maybe we shouldn't doubt Raptor Legs because he found a way at the end of the day.
Well, yes, he did, and I think this is a product of those 3 guys going at each other at this tournament, because Ricky really won this tournament in the way we wouldn't have expected based on how last year was playing, based on how the course was laid out. It wasn't going to be a bunch of C2 putts that a player was going to have to make. It was going to be about driving well, coming into these greens with short putts under pressure. And really, through hole 13, Rick didn't really look that great. It was the missed shot by Paul, who supposedly it was the wrong disc, and poor upshots from McMahon, Paul, and Ricky. But Ricky cashes in on the big putt while Eagle laid up. And really from there, it was just a sprint for Ricky towards the finish. But I think this was a product of just the 3 best players going at each other. It was a match play event. It was just a match play event. There was nobody on the course that was even anywhere near their level today, and really all weekend for that matter.
Val, are you surprised how much hole 14 factored in of all the different holes we see out here, all the different challenges that the Black Bear layout throws at the players? 14? Really?
And to see it all come down around the green, Nate's saying match play, it was a chess match. I mean, seeing how the players, all right, massive putt from Ricky. How can Paul match that? And that's when I feel like the energy really kick-started, because all down this entire final round, I mean, it was within strokes. Everybody's within strokes. And how did you match each other as it went on? Down, as we will continue to talk about Eagle, I feel like he couldn't live up to that pressure. The match of the energy between Paul and Ricky down the stretch, Eagle just gave up a little bit of that energy and wasn't able to live up to it.
Well, we talked about at the top of this round, or at the top of the day, we talked about who's going to go first, who's going to be the first person to try to separate themselves from the pack. And it was Eagle, and it was a mistake. Back on 7, we saw him try to kick it into that gear, threw it into a place where nobody expected to ever be on that hole. And he kind of had to really fight back to stay in it right after that. I mean, talk a little bit about that and the transition around the turn.
Well, yeah, definitely through the first 7 holes and a tee shot, it was really Eagle McMahon's tournament. And we'll get to some other reasons of why he didn't win this tournament. But, yeah, again, we talked about it during the show. Why did he go for that big, giant turnover, which is definitely the risky shot? It's because of who he's going up against. He knows he needs 2 to 3 shots as he hits that back 9 of space to afford making a mistake. Not that he couldn't go shot for shot. Of course he can. He's one of the best players in the world and the best player at the moment. But those are just some of the decisions that you make when you're going up against the best players in the world.
Yeah.
You know, not to disrespect anybody that is, say it was Gavin Rathbun who was the guy chasing him. Maybe Eagle just plays up the middle, goes up for the birdie, and just continues on with his day. But he knows he's going up against the 2 best. And really, when you break it down, I talked about par 5 scoring. Ricky played those perfectly. In fact, he did par 18 yesterday, but he eagled it on the first day. He was 8 under par for the par 5s. But let's look at Eagle McMahon on hole number 2 and hole number 17. These are the 2 shortest holes on the course, some of the 2 most wooded par 3s. Eagle McMahon on hole number 2, even par. Ricky 3 under. Hole number 17, Eagle McMahon 1 over. Ricky 3 under.
Yeah.
So 5 shots on 2 holes for Eagle McMahon given up. Otherwise, he walks away with this one by 4 strokes.
Well, I'll ask the same question we just talked about Paige Pierce earlier in this context. Paul McBeth, there's always chatter about Paul when he's not perfect, when he's literally not perfect, not throwing 18 unders, 100% C1X putting, just outrageous mind-popping stats. He really fought today, and it was a similar situation to Katrina Allen where we weren't talking so much about him in the first couple rounds, but you can't slam the door on the guy. He's still there at the very end. Paul doesn't have 2 victories on the Pro Tour this season. Now both Ricky and Eagle do have at least 2. Yep. That's got to be motivation for Paul McBeth coming down to the end.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I know he listens to all the media. He kind of feeds off of that pressure that the world puts on him. And that makes him even better. He's trying to prove us all wrong. He's trying to shut us up. And he looks for any glimmer of hope to make a putt or have a shot. I mean, we saw him on hole, it wasn't 14, but when he was trying to get that wooded drive and the forehand roll. I mean, every chance that Paul can get a line or look at the basket, he's going to be running at it. And that's what makes him such an incredible player. I mean, crawling his way back and then having it come down to hole 18. That's what an incredible player he is. It's outstanding.
Is there any more room for Paul McBeth to keep proving us wrong? I mean, it just seems like there's a ceiling for the game, and he's pushing. Is he pushing for the impossible, or are we going to see in the future kind of that McBeast come back again?
Yeah, definitely. I think for Paul, it's all about the early rounds. I mean, at the Worlds, if it was me and I was 6 or 7 shots back, it's over. I'm finishing in 20th place. He comes back, and besides something insane, he wins. Here, he's down by 6 or 7, looking terrible. He 4 putts on hole number 2. He can't hit the broadside of a barn, and then bang, he shoots 8 under par for the final 8 holes. all he's got to do is be free and loose from the start, and he's winning by 3 or 4. That's really no secret. The first 2 days, Paul McBeth did not putt well at all. Today, 100% C1X putting. So Paul clearly saving the best for last. He did that same thing in the final round at the World Championship. So, Paul is right there. Paul's game is right there. They have actually updated the world rankings as of this event, and Ricky did move into the second spot that Paul was sitting in there, and Eagle's still at number 1. But Paul being number 3, this is just a little bit of fuel to the fire. You know how much he loves Ledgestone. He really enjoys his time there with Nate Heinold and the whole crew. And I think that Paul, if he can get off the schneid early and put himself in an early leading position, he's going to have a chance to win this title next weekend. Yeah, he doesn't have 2 yet, but he's on the verge. Right there. He's going to have a chance these next couple of weekends.
It's going to be so exciting next weekend in Peoria. On the MPO side, of course, world number 1, Eagle McMahon. He's got the most wins on tour this season. World number 2, Ricky Wysocki, defending champion at the Ledgestone event. And then world number 3, Paul McBeth, won the World Championship, his 5th title, at these very same courses. So that's going to be something to look forward to. What we can look at right now, however, it's the best part of the show. It's only the best shots of the day, presented by OTB Discs.
And she didn't need this putt on 18, but out of the bunker, Kristen Tatar throws in this birdie putt for a 10-stroke victory and 2nd in a row on the Disc Golf Pro Tour Elite Series. Typically, we see the winners laying up underneath the basket and the last to putt, but Kristen goes, no, I'm just like everybody else. I'm going to cash this one in and send this round out fireworks. An incredible performance from Kristen, and I'm sad to say goodbye to her after this. She is on a roll. Can't wait to see what she does when she gets back home to Europe. Of course, a lot of celebrations on the way.
I think it just goes to show how Kristen Tatar thinks about disc golf. It's one shot after the next. She's not really looking at the big picture, honestly, and you can tell by her post-round interviews, what a champion. And I'll tell you this, what a glass half full mentality she has to life as far as being an athlete is concerned.
And this is the biggest smile that we've seen out of Kristen Tatar, always looking so focused, kind of level-headed and concentrated. She can now enjoy and celebrate what she did.
She's going to need her own seat for that trophy.
I was going to say, 40 kilos, or 20 kilos, that's the limit over there in Europe. Good luck with that one. All right, Ricky Wysocki on 14, bang. It was the big one that got him going, and you know what? He went on to hit one on 16. He went on to hit one on 17, and it was a dominant finish for Ricky, but it all started right here. Really, it all started on 18 yesterday. A very similar putt. More of a throw than it was just a putt. But this is the putt. Oh, my God, they did it. I wanted this one on 17 because that is ice in the veins for Ricky Wysocki. Not the big jumping around that we saw in 14. This is ice. Eagles already out of it. Going to get a par. Ricky slams it in the heart of the chains, and he gave himself that opportunity to go to the 18th with a one-shot lead and force the other two to make something happen. Ricky Wysocki is your champion, and it's because of shots just like that.
Well, let's find out who won the birdie competition. That's what we're all here for, right?
Ricky.
Oh, that's right.
He had the most.
Well, it was also, okay, Olivia Povel-Pusip. That's my guess at it. Sorry if I butchered that. The first person to correctly guess 66 birdies on hole number 8 today.
And that was the number that Terry Miller called out as well.
Oh.
Because he said, I believe 3 of the 4 are going to make it. So,
tiebreaker was FPO birdies, is what I'm getting in my ear. So
there you
congratulations, Olivia. You've got the numbers dialed in. Give us a call if you need a job sometime. We always need good analysis. Well, that's going to do it for us. That's going to do it for Clearwater. But next week, we've got an extra special show. We head back to Peoria. You're going to see a brand new layout at Northwoods. You're going to see the return of Lake Eureka. And the women are going to play Sunset, one of the best courses to show off the skill set of the FPO division. You'll see Nate and Val. You'll see Ian and Charlie. I will see you all later. For Valerie Jenkins, Nate Doss, I'm Jamie Thomas saying so long from Clearwater.